right. According to YouTube, I'm live. Yep, there we go. Give the stream health a minute to start perking up. There it goes. All right. So, welcome everybody. Let me check the volume here. Welcome everybody. Yeah, sounds good. All right. So, welcome. This is, of course, Elden Ring, the 2022 Game of the Year. I personally voted for this. Not that my vote had anything to do with it, but this was my Game of the Year. I will preface that by saying that I did not play God of War Ragnarok. I have said many times on this channel that God of War just isn't for me. I really tried with 2018 several times to get into it this year in preparation for God of War Ragnarok, but I just couldn't do it. Hey, John Alders, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. But of the games that I did play, this is it. This is 100% it. Zinky Lascar, hello. So what I wanted to do was, that was well-timed, start a new character and see what we got. I want to talk about some reasons why this is my game of the year, some reasons why I think this game is one of the best of all time. Show off some sort of design decisions, and kind of explain how I look at games when I play them, especially for making walkthroughs. I did this while doing the full playthrough walkthrough, so forgive me if you've heard some of this stuff before, but I've realized certain things as time has gone on. John, I actually bought Ragnarok, so I bought a bunch of games at the end of the year. Sony or PlayStation Direct had a huge sale, so I bought a bunch of games. Ragnarok is one of them, so I do have it. I'm going to try to play it eventually. I own the disc, so I've got to play it. Jeffrey, how's it going? Thanks, man. I'm enjoying it out here. I just got back yesterday from New York for the holidays. Caught a cold while I was there, so I probably sound a little stuffed up, and I'll probably be sniffling. All right, let's start a new game. You will use scavenger blades, ace weapon for certain bosses. So yeah, I'm wondering what build I did. I did Vagabond my first playthrough. I think I did Vagabond again for the No, I did Samurai for the walkthrough. Prisoner is pretty OP. I really have never played a caster. Jeff, yeah, I'm in LA. Won't say where specifically, but in LA County. My boss is down in Orange County though. I never did a caster build. Confessor is just so dope. It's really, really good. It just looks so gangster. I will be honest with you, the sort of the genesis of the idea of this particular playthrough, or at least this stream, I'm not going to do a full playthrough, but the genesis of this is last year, my game of the year was Returnal. And to me, that game was robbed at the Game Awards. I do not think a better game came out last year. So what I did was I replayed the whole thing, which I did in 2 sittings. It was a 5-hour thing, because it's a roguelike. You could blast through it if you're good at it. With Elden Ring, so I wanted to do the same for Elden Ring because it's my GOTY, but I'm not going to play through the whole thing. But when I was in New York, I was at my friend Joe's house, and he just started playing it again. He picked up another... he started another character, and he played with the Confessor. So I was messing around with that, but I think I'm going to do Prisoner, because I've never done a caster build. But I want to see what does the or maybe the Astrologer. They don't tell you what spells they start with? I'm going to do Prisoner. I feel like Prisoner is a pretty good build. Jeff, dude, the cost of living here. So when I got, when I finished my interviews for work, and they said, yeah, we're going to send you an offer letter. Or during the interviews, one of the first questions they asked me, because I was converting from being a contractor to full-time, they were like, so what are you looking for? I was like, well, you could just take my contractor rate and convert that to 40 hours, and that's fine. They were already being pretty generous with my contract. And then, that worked out to, I I don't know, like $65,000 a year, which was the most I would have ever made. And then during the interview process, I started looking at the cost of living out here. Like, I could have lived probably in like Brooklyn for $65 a year, maybe even on Long Island if I could have gotten lucky. And then I started looking online for apartments, and like the fucking cost of living out here is outrageous. So I had to have like a very honest conversation with them, being like, look, I'm not trying to live this esports lifestyle where I live with 4 dudes in a house. I'm 34. I have a life. Like, I'm trying to establish myself. So, yeah. John, dude, you gotta play it. You gotta play it again, man. I hope you do. Yeah, Ubel, I really haven't used much magic at all. I'm gonna go prisoner. Profit build's good. I mean, we gotta call it GOTY, right? This way we know where we're from. Keepsake, I'm gonna take the stone sword key because I want to talk about that. All right. John, I bought, I think, 7 games. Oh, did I send out the tweet? Nope.
The fallen leaves.
All right. So, all right, let's get into it here. So, like, the first room, right? Like, there's really nothing magical about this first room. But if you look really closely, you'll notice a chest up there. But you can't reach it until way later in the game. So, like, already the game is telling you you're going to come back here later. And if you try to open this door without the tarnished wizened finger, you can't. It says it requires a finger maiden or something like that. Call it. I may play Warzone on PC. I heard it's free. So this door, it says blocked shut. Not a typical message, right? Like, it usually says cannot open from this side, or, you know, requires a key. That door is, like, very special there. So it's interesting. Anyway, so Chapel of Anticipation. What's really cool is having come from the network test, I could tell that this was Stormveil Castle. And if you, like, look in the distance, you know, after playing the game, you'll know that this is the Divine Tower of Liurnia, right here. This is the Carian School, or whatever that's called. Stormveil Castle, and then Limgrave, right? And then this is the Weeping Peninsula over here. This is the, what is that castle called? Not Fort Height. The Castle Morn. Castle Morn's down there. So, like, they're already, like, cluing you into the world. And the map is blank at this point, right? The map is blank. All right, so let's see how far we can get with the grafted scion here. But in typical Souls fashion, like, you kind of know that you're going to die here. Like, you know there's going to be a boss. You know you're supposed to die to it. But I do think that this game is probably the most ruthless in terms of, like, what happens when you die to that boss. Because the answer is, or what happens if you succeed against the boss? Because the answer is nothing. Like, nothing happens to you. Oh! Yikes. Oh! Okay, I'm dead. Oh, John, what kind of internet did you get? Jeff, I really never stream, being honest. I used to have a stream schedule way back when, but I, like, made a commitment, or, like, I uncommitted to streaming, because it just, like, wasn't doing much for me. Like, I really wasn't growing at all. I really could not build an audience from streaming, and it makes sense, right? Like, I make guides and walkthroughs. No one's going to watch me stream myself trying to kill a boss 40 different ways and, like, figure out every single move and try to get good footage. Like, it doesn't make for a compelling stream. And, like, I don't love it. Like, I don't love streaming enough to be like, yeah, let me stream twice a week, which I used to do. John Aldrich was in my stream twice a week. Like, he's the OG viewer here. He can tell you, like, I would just get so exhausted after streaming for, like, only 3 hours. and I'd be like, man, like, was that worth it? Like, did I have fun? And the answer was generally no. But for occasions like this, where there's something that I really want to talk about, or a game that like I think would make for a good stream, then hell yeah, I'll stream it. So there's no set schedule. There probably never will be again. Yeah. So as part of this little discussion here, we see our first developer message, which says the cave of knowledge lies below, and then we get introduced to these ghosts. And these ghosts are like a really unique kind of storytelling mechanism. This one says, brave tarnished take the plunge of learning and remembrance. Recall the arts of war and your warrior's blood. So in Elden Ring, the developers kind of like take the criticism of there's no tutorial in these games. Like, they don't really want you to succeed. Like, this game is all about dying and hard bosses. And they're just like, no, if you want a tutorial, take the tutorial. Like, you don't have to. You could go right up to the door and do your thing. But now they're like, hey, here's a tutorial. So I respect that From Software actually created one, but still made it optional. They still gave the player agency, which is what they're known for. And again, as always, there's a treasure out of reach, and you can't get to it until much later. Not much later, but a little while later. Okay. There's a treasure up there as well, so kind of some indicators of like, hey, there's some paths here. All right. Let's jump down here. And then we get literal pop-up tutorials, which I am almost positive was a first. I can't remember if they did anything like this in Sekiro. They might have, come to think of it, because Sekiro was pausable. But we do get like some pop-up tutorials. And then the really interesting thing is that the first one here says at the bottom, these explanations are acquired in the form of info items and can be accessed from the inventory at any time, which is like fucking awesome, right? Like, it literally tells you, like, hey, if you need these tutorials again, just go to the info tab of the inventory, and here they are. And you can, like, read them anytime. I'm almost positive every single one of them goes here, but I seem to remember one or two not showing up. But anyway. To be real time, watch the Returnal. Oh, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, part of what I try to do is, like, I would love for this to be a full-time job one day. I really would. But for now, it's a side thing. And, like, I don't know. Like, when you see stuff on YouTube, like, it's all fake, right? Like, do I enunciate as much as I do while streaming and making guides? Like, do I enunciate like this in my everyday life? Not so much. I generally talk with a much heavier New York accent. Like, I do. It's not a character, but I do put on... Like, I do try to be clear and in the way I communicate, but like you're only seeing a tiny bit of the person that you're watching on YouTube. Even if they are vlogging and showing you their quote-unquote everyday life, like, they are making an effort to show you something, and it's unnatural. So people tend to, like, I don't know, get the impression that, like, oh, this person has it all together, when really fucking everybody's a mess. Like, we're all a fucking mess. And so, like, that's why, like, I talk about a lot of different things. Like, I'll talk about, like, yeah, like, I went through a breakup and I was struggling, I had to move back home, and, like, that was rough. But then, like, through that came a whole bunch of really good shit that I talked about. And, like, so, like, just having that, like, once a month check-in to be like, hey, like, here's what's going on, I think it's just, like, really helpful for those who want it. John, RE2, damn, that was when I first started. No joke. That was really when I first started. Right before that, I did Castlevania Requiem. And, like, that was the test. I remember telling my ex-girlfriend, like, I'm going to cover these two games because I know them really, really well. And if they do well, I'm going to continue this. And it did. And I kept going, and then RE2 was the next game I covered. So you've really been here since the start, dude. Hearing yourself online is weird. I mean, I've been doing it for going on 15 years now. Or 14 years. Late 2007 is when I first started. So, like, it's been going on a while. Like, dude, if you watch my first videos, I have the weirdest accent you'll ever hear. Like, it's such a hardcore Queens accent because of the store I was working at. It's, like, wild. I can do Dead Space Remake, very likely. I was even going to do Callisto Protocol, but I just, like, I don't know, like, I couldn't get a review code for it, and because Crisis Core was coming out so close to it, I was kind of like, if I can get it early, I'll do it. If not, I'm going to skip it. And then, like, all the reviews came out, and my friends were playing it, and they were like, yo, this game, this ain't it. So, yeah, I didn't play that, but I do want to play Dead Space Remake. Cool. So, yeah, we get the sorcery tutorial here, along with how to switch. I'm not sure if you get sorcery incantations as a melee-only build. For some reason, I don't think you do, but I could be wrong. We also get a guarding tutorial, so the game is like really telling. Wow, he just missed. The game is like really trying to tell you what to do here. We also get dodging and back steps. And then I want to see if there's a run. So there's jump, but is there run? Yeah, hold L and forward dash. I'm not kidding you. Oh, fucking emotes. Always disable your emotes. I've had more than a single person tell me that they did not know that there was a run button in this game. And I've always said, like, I'm almost positive there's a tutorial. I'm almost positive it tells you. And sure enough, it did right there. So I'm glad. All right, so even like changing weapons, like the tutorial here is like really granular, and it also tells you about the change of how to two-hand. There is a run in every Souls game, but there's also like a run in every game, I feel, and it's always circle. So, like, I just was so shocked. It's either circle or push in the left stick. Like, it's one of the two. Doing it with other people is super helpful, John. That's 100% true. That's backwards. Targeting, yeah, like I've also had people tell me, like, how are you targeting? Like, how are you controlling the camera? And I'm just like, what? Like, so for DS2, maybe they only changed jump. For Dark Souls 2, I know jump was right stick, or left stick rather. Yeah. Crouching. Yeah, so, like, the other thing, too, that I really enjoy about these games is the iterative design that From Software employs. Also, there's booby traps in this grass, which is, like, such a cool introduction. It's also, like, it's a carryover from Sekiro. So yeah, this enemy is like always walking around, whereas the rest are stationary. So it's giving you ample opportunity to like learn how to backstab. Jeff, I gotta be honest with you, dude. I don't rage. Like I really don't rage. Like I've definitely like dropped a controller. Like, oh god, come on. But like I've really never raged. I fought Melania for 3 days straight on stream, and I never once was like yelling or getting loud, or like I maybe had like a handful of attempts where I was just like, nah, fuck that, and like I ran in, like, but I really don't ever rage. It's like not a thing. I used to when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I used to bite the inside of my palm here, and there'd be teeth marks, and like my mom would like ground me if I did that. She was like, you can't do this from playing video games. Like, you cannot do this to yourself. And I was like 5. So I used to, but I really don't anymore. So this is the charging R2 and jump attacks, telling you that it's really helpful for breaking stances. Again, new system, new tutorial. And we'll get to the more GOTY discussions in a little bit, but I wanted to just sort of go through the tutorial cave again. You didn't find patches? I'll talk about patches in a bit. So this boss teaches you about guard counters immediately. Like, it's like, there you go. Like, you can one-shot the boss. Congratulations. Like, it teaches you every single mechanic of the game, basically every single mechanic of the game, every basic mechanic, and then the tutorial's over. Like, I think that's so good, and it's optional. It's completely optional, and it's optional in the sense that it also punishes you, because it's like, if you're comfortable from Souls games, you're gonna do okay, but you're gonna miss some key shit. Like, you should do this tutorial. And the tutorial was also in the network test. So, like, they really did their best to like, try to get you to learn how to play this game. But one of the things that I wanted to mention was iterative design. So going all the way back to, like, the Kingsfield series, which personally I have not played, but that is really where FromSoft, like, first made their mark. But they are the predecessors to the Souls series, a series called Kingsfield. And in Kingsfield, like, that's where the Moonlight Greatsword stems from. And so, like, they have constantly been building on ideas ever since then. And so to have played everything since Demon Souls, at least, to see where, like, how each system and each design idea gets built upon in Elden Ring, and, like, in my opinion, kind of perfected, or just very, very refined, or refined very, very well. It's awesome. Like, it's really, it makes me feel very good to play this game, because I know what it, like, sort of expects of me, but then seeing it get dialed up to the next level is really fucking cool. So the other thing that the game does is, with the starting gift, in Dark Souls 1, you can start with the Master Key. And starting with the Master Key sounds like a good idea, right? As, like, a brand new player. But then what can end up happening is you unlock the door to the depths, or to Blighttown. Or, sorry, you unlock the door to Valley of the Drakes, and then you get into Blighttown. Or you unlock the door that leads to Havel the Rock, and you end up getting obliterated and kind of stuck. You're more likely to get stuck in Blighttown than you are with Havel, but still, anyway. So, you know, it's there for folks who know where to go and, like, are looking for specific weapons, maybe, or, like, are on their second playthrough and want to do things differently. But it's still available from the jump. Like, it's still available at the very start. And to me, that's really cool, because it says to me that, like, the developers are going to give you enough rope to hang yourself. Like, you just say you choose in Dark Souls 1 to go down to the depths, or go down to the catacombs, and try to, like, go all the way down there, because if you think about it, in every other adventure game, skeletons are the weakest enemies. In Dark Souls 1, that is not the case. Skeletons can easily mess you up, and with a necromancer nearby, they will revive infinitely or indefinitely until you kill that necro. So they haven't done anything like that since, but in Elden Ring, they give you a stone sword key as a starting gift, or the choice of having one. And if you choose to use it right here, you know, you walk up to this peculiar looking statue, and it asks you, do you want to use a stone sword key? Well, okay, sure, I'll use a stone sword key. I got it as a starting gift. It's probably meant to be used here. Okay, that drops the barrier. And there's a poison pit. Okay, let's go through the poison pit. And you can already hear the rumbling in the background. And if you've played Elden Ring before, you know what that rumbling signifies. But let's get there. Yeah, John, exactly. Exactly. You run into New Londo and die. And get cursed, and your health is at half. Okay, so we've got this chariot. And upon closer examination, you can see that it looks broken, right? Like, the chariot looks damaged. We'll back up so you can see it again. Right, like, it looks cracked and broken. So let's chase after it and see where it goes. So this is the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. Oh boy, hope I can make this. Cool. Now we duck into the available alcove, and then we come across an enemy that has a decent kick rating and is able to, like, really mess us up. But we're okay. We're okay with that. So clearly this thing is just gonna do its thing, and we need to manage our distance and try to use these alcoves, right? So, like, you kind of learn the game here, right? You kind of understand what the game wants you to do. So So let's tuck in here again. Oh no, there's another one. And if you're not careful, there's gonna be another one behind you. But luckily, the chariot killed it for us. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait, right? Like, we're gonna do what anybody does. Let's wait till it goes back up, and then we're gonna drop here. Now, I feel like most people would probably try to go around the long way, but, you know, we're a little smarter than that. So, let's wait here. And then, hello, the chariot shows up again. Now, the reason I was waiting there for a second is because I wanted to see if I could... Oh, I can. All right, I doubt this is going to work. Nah. So usually, like, with bows, you can free cam, and instead of aiming it, you can actually aim higher or lower using free cam, and it'll go wherever the camera's looking, but this is too steep of a curve. All right. Do the thing. Hello. Now, there's no way we're going to make it down that ramp. But if we take a close look, we can see that there's somewhere to land right here. Oh god, I might be dead. Alright, now we run into these awful, awful things. I hate these things. Oh, shit. Okay, so this sort of proves my point, right? This is the point that I was making. The game gives you enough rope to hang yourself. And so, also, on PS5, there's still no tooltips, and I love it. I love that you just get to look at this artwork. The game gives you enough rope to hang yourself at any given time. You can wander into areas that are way, way out of your league at any point. And I think people often see this as cruel, and yeah, it is a bit of a trick. They are trying to get you. But they're also teaching you a lesson. And death in Souls games it's a mechanism. It's a mechanic. It's not just a punishment. Because they give you the opportunity to go get back what you lost. Just go find your bloodstain. You get everything back that you lost. If you die again, it is gone, but they give you a chance. So, being able to enter an area that is clearly out of your league so early is just like a cautionary tale of like, we're going to give you enough rope to hang yourself. If you chose the stone sword key, you at least know to come back here, but you should not be here yet. And like it's all contained within the Fringe Folk Hero's grave, right? Like you have the Cave of Trials, and then you have the grave itself, right? So they're teaching you like core lessons before you even reach the open world, which is what the game was sold on. It's an open world game. It's From Software's first open world game. You haven't even gotten to the open world yet, but they are still teaching you everything you need to know how to be successful in this game. So we're going to ignore that for now, and then we're going to take this elevator up. And then we're going to see, in my opinion, one of the greatest opening moments in open world history and gaming history, rivaled probably only to Breath of the Wild, in my opinion. So we open this door, and here you are in the world. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. Being honest with you, coming from the network test, I had a weird feeling, like a weird hope, that door would open to something else. Like, that it wouldn't be Limgrave, that we would go somewhere else, and they would, like, completely pull the wool over our eyes or something like that. I don't know. It didn't happen, which was fine, but that's sort of what I was hoping for. Yeah, and John, exactly. They're teaching it to you in a place just like another Souls game, a confined area, right? A confined area. So, as soon as we come out of the door, and mind you, one interesting thing, this is the only grave that you come out of. Every other grave in the game, you enter, but you come out of this one. I feel like that's a story element that they kind of didn't explore that much. Maybe not, maybe I'm just sort of reaching, but it is interesting to me that you come out of this place, right? Like, every other grave you find, you enter, you go down into, this one you come out of. I don't know what that really means, but anyway. So as soon as you open the door, you're in Limgrave, right? And then the first thing you see, if you look closely, is the Guidance of Grace. It's a site of grace right in front of you, alongside an NPC. So if you activate the grace, and then we talk to this dude wearing a field surgeon uniform and a mask, you know, even before we do that, the grave does have a name. It's the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. So it's the hero of the Fringe Folk, or the folks on the fringes. So the Guidance of Grace says, grace exists to guide the tarnished and lead them along the proper path. Even now, some sites of grace retain that power. Their golden rays will guide you along your way. So it's literally telling you, follow the Guidance of Grace, right? And the Guidance of Grace is pointing us to this church. So we at least know where to go next. But we can see a couple things. We even get the map tutorial. Tells us how to open the map, what to look for, use your map to check your current position, as well as its terrain and surrounding structures. You can update your map with new information by finding map fragments at stells along the road. You can also use the map to freely place beacons of light to serve as landmarks as you explore. Alright, so if you speak with the field surgeon, he says Tarnish, looking for the Elden Ring, blah, 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 blah. He's sort of your crestfallen warrior type, telling you like, you're lost without a maiden, you know, whatever. He gives you some guidance, and you'll notice his placement, right? If you look at where he is, he's directly in front of Stormvale Castle, and that's where he tells you where to go. So the game is immediately giving you guidance. However, if you look at this dude a little bit more closely, you'll see that his clothes are covered in bloodstains.
It's time you set off to
So-
Castle Stormvale. If you seek,
So he's telling you where to go, but he speaks in such a way that he may not be telling the truth. And if you've played Souls games in the past, you know that but most people generally aren't telling the truth, or at least the whole truth. But the fact that this dude is covered in blood probably tells you that he might be setting you up to fail. But the Guidance of Grace is going in that general direction anyway, so that is where you should go. RMM, did I get the Future Press guide? Yes, I did. I've skimmed it. I haven't, read everything, but I do like it. I own all but one of the Souls Future Press guides. I don't own the Trilogy guide, which I'm really upset about because it's worth so much money now. But it looks great on the shelf. It's a good coffee table book. I actually got the art books that just recently went up for pre-order in the States. I imported them from Japan because I assumed they weren't going to come here. Those are beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Cannot recommend those art books to you enough. Abhinav, yes, he is related to Mog's questline. You don't find that out so much later, but yeah, he is. But it's just, what I'm trying to say here is his placement is very deliberate. He's not just a random NPC. He is drawing your eyes to Stormvale Castle. And again, the beginning of the game is present right here. This is the Chapel of Anticipation. And the end of the game is also visible from here. And that is the cauldron up here. The Forge of Giants is visible right where my head is. So the beginning and end of the game, or at least the end game, is visible. The Erd Tree is here, which is where Lane Dell is. So the entire start and end of this game is visible from the first steps, which I think is just incredible world design. Absolutely incredible world design. So, with the map, like John was saying, there is a line that shows you where to go. You're always shown the general direction you should take, but we're actually going to talk about this a bit more a little later, because through this playthrough, through this stream, I'm going to follow that site of grace and talk about what happens when we reach a certain point. The other thing that I really want to talk about is the map. The map itself is absolutely insane to me, because if you notice, we can pull out, right? Like this is super zoomed in. We can pull out if we want, but we can't bring the cursor out of bounds. So it kind of gives you the idea of man, is the map really that small? Is the game really that small? Is it not that large of an open world? But as you play it and discover map fragments and go to new places, you can pull further and further out, and the map itself gets bigger. It's not that you're filling in a map, you are creating a map, which is just so good because it keeps the sense of wonder of this game alive the entire time. Up until the point that you find that final map fragment, you're like, Jesus Christ, is this map going to keep growing? And then when you finally complete it and the final motifs and you know, like pieces of art show up on it, you're like, man, this is beautiful. But like, I'm happy and sad it's over. Like, yeah, this game has been going on a long time, but like, I feel like I know where everything is now. So it's just I think the map itself is like understated, and it's so unique. Coupled with the fact that there's no bullshit on it. Like, when this game was announced to have a compass, I was worried because I really dislike games that have compasses and waypoints, because to me what that does is it takes away, it directs your attention to the compass itself and has you constantly move in straight lines. I was very worried that when Elden Ring was going to have a compass, or when they said that it would have a compass, I was very worried that that was going to happen. I'm elated that it ended up not being the case, and that the only compass markers that ever show up are your bloodstain or the markers you set. Otherwise, it blends in perfectly. You never notice it. You never look at it. And it is a true compass. All it's telling you is what's north, south, east, and west. All it tells you is what direction you're facing. That is how a compass should be. And it's like one of the many examples of From Software showing developers how to make an open world game, and just trust in your players. Trust that your players will figure it out. Don't hold their hand. They've been doing this since the very beginning. They've been doing it since Kingsfield, but I think Elden Ring just shows that it can be done even in an open world game. All right. John, that was a really, really good moment. We'll do that too. So, moving on. We see the guidance of grace is pointing us in this direction towards the church, but we see this dude on horseback with a big old weapon and a big old shield. So chances are he's not too friendly. So we're going to take the path. I'm not going to jump off the cliff because there's a key item here. And it tells you about summoning pools. So it tells you how to summon allies and how to play in co-op, which I really never do, but it's still good to have there. So what we can do is we can run up against this guy, and what will likely happen is you're going to almost certainly die to this guy. And it's supposed to happen. Like I said, death is just a mechanic in Souls games and in Elden Ring and in Sekiro and Bloodborne. It's a mechanic. It's a teaching tool. And what this teaches you is to implement the stealth that you learned about in the trial cave and just ignore this guy and come back later. You are not strong enough to fight him. You technically are. It'll take you a while, but you should just ignore him. They give you bushes to hide and cover. They're telling you don't fight this thing yet. You can if you want, but you don't have to. Luis, great to see you, dude. Luis M. Huesca. Ragnarok with your GOTY. Glad to hear it, man. Glad you had a good time with it. Alright, so even though we shouldn't fight him, I'm going to. Yep. Now, this boss, I feel like, showcases something that From Software still has a big problem with, and that is enemies on slopes. So enemies on slopes, historically, in Souls games, are like the worst kinds of enemies. And fighting them is always a magnificent pain in the ass. So fighting this guy on flat ground is the way to go. But if you're not like familiar with Souls games, chances are you're really not going to know that for yourself. But you know, it's something that I really wish they would do better. Especially with like highly mobile enemies. I mean, fighting the 2 tree sentinels on the steps of the Capitol is a fucking nightmare. And like it showcases the weak point of this game. It's like enemies on slopes. They've gotten better about it over the years. You used to not even be able to parry or riposte enemies on slopes or stairs. Now you can, but fighting them on slopes is a massive pain. Now, the other thing that I want to showcase here is that you may think, okay, well, yeah, melee builds will have a hard time with this guy, and melee builds should probably skip him, but casters need to skip him as well. And the reason for that is because of this. He can deflect your spells. He can actually block your spells. You are supposed to stop trying to fight this guy. You should not be doing it. The game tries its damn hardest to tell you not to mess around with this guy. So, like, when people are like, oh my god, they stuck him here, like, why are they so brutal? Like, why don't they want you to succeed in these games? These games are just wanting you to fail all the time. It's not true. It's just telling you, come back later. You're not good enough for it yet. And it really is a matter of, are you good enough? It's not a matter of, are you strong enough? Strength in this game just leads to being able to overpower enemies and stagger them and deal massive damage to them because they might be weaker than you. But if you possess the skill, you can kill them no problem. Granted, the weapon that you get in typical Souls fashion is terrible and not that great, but it'll at least like give you the feeling of, yeah, I overcame a big challenge, which is the whole goddamn point. It's the whole point of the game, is overcoming challenges and persevering. And these games do that in a way that no other games do. Oh, whoops, I was not expecting that move, I forgot to roll. And then, you know, just say you like figure, oh Jesus, just say you figure him out, right? Figure some things out. Well, then you're gonna get to phase 2. He's gonna start doing some, he's gonna start doing some wild shit on you. Yeah, John, exactly. Like the wolf, that was probably the most brutal thing that they've done, in my opinion, because like the game starts and you die. It's not like Demon Souls where they try to teach you things. The game starts and you're dead. Like, the game starts and you're fucked. So, yeah. I'm going to try him one more time, then we're going to move on. It usually does take me a couple tries. I don't know why I'm one-handing. Whoa. Really was not expecting that move. Eight health. That was very stupid. I'm gonna give him one more shot. John, great point. Great point. The first wandering boss. The first wandering boss. Bosses are just out there, dog. In Sekiro, you had like big enemies that you could see. And in Dark Souls, you could like see bosses sometimes through a window or something. But this is truly the first time where they were like, nope, here's the boss. Like, he's just out here. You're in his area. Like, be aware of strong-ass patrols. Like, they really had never done something like that before. The Pursuer, kinda, yeah, that's true. Pursuer would just like show up. And I really liked how they handled the Pursuer in Scholar of the First Sin. I really enjoyed the Pursuer in that version. Oh, I think I let go of the stick, and I just ended up backstepping. Wow, interesting. So if you hit under the horse, you do 160, which makes perfect sense, because the horse does not have armor. Interesting. Yeah, so the soft belly of the horse takes more damage. All right, we're done with this guy. I'm not familiar with the timing of this weapon. Anyway. All right, so we're going to move on because there's more to talk about. A lot more to talk about here. You can't kill the horse. No, the horse does not have a separate health bar. The Knight's Cavalry you can do that with, though. All right, so we're just going to straight up avoid the Tree Sentinel. We're going to do what we're supposed to. And this is where the game introduces us to, like, the fauna of the world. And if we kill the beasts, we get items, right? So it's teaching you, like, if you need resources, try killing the beasts in the world. All right, so we follow the site of the guidance of grace. We find this item. But if we were to stand here, we would learn that this is not even safe. So you need to get inside. You need to find shelter. And so here we have another site of grace in the Church of Ella. And then one thing you'll notice is that typically friendly NPCs are often in docile positions. So they don't have a weapon drawn. You typically see them from a distance. A lot of times they will call out to you. So it's like teaching you that not everything you see in the world is trying to kill you, and you should be on the lookout for friendly NPCs or friendly interactions. But for those interactions, they typically give you a decent lead up. Like when you open the door to Limgrave, Vare is right in front of you, right? Like he's in front of a site of grace. He's in front of a safe zone. Kale is the same way. So it teaches you about quick travel. And then we can speak to Kale.
But I can also that you're not then why not? I am Kale.
And he gives you a recommendation, tells you about the crafting kit, right? So take his recommendation, you buy the crafting kit, which you should have. No, I don't. But had I not died in the grave, you would have had enough souls to buy the crafting kit. I believe the Soldier of Godric gives you 300 or maybe 1,000, so you have the opportunity to buy the crafting kit. I unfortunately don't. But you know, we will in a bit. You can also learn about him, encouraging you to speak with NPCs and learn about them. Also gives you a sell menu. And this is an interesting carryover from Sekiro. This is the first time you can sell your hard currency runes, or your hard currency souls. You could do this in Sekiro with the bags of money that you find, but they finally brought it over to the Souls games, so now you can just sell everything from a menu instead of cracking them open. So it's a really good improvement over like a pain point that's been there since Demon Souls, basically. In Dark Souls 2 and 3, they made it so you could like use multiple, but now you can just sell them from a vendor, so that's really nice. Exactly, John. It's completely open. You could sell them in Bloodborne? Was that patched in? I don't remember that. All right, so we get the anvil. Teaches you how to strengthen. And it also tells you that there may be a blacksmith in the world that can bring them even further. So we get 1 smithing stone. In the network test, I think you got 3 here, or 6. You got a bunch, but now you only get 1, which is interesting because chances are you have not found any others, and you can't even upgrade this because you need 2 smithing stones. So it's just like, it's just telling you about something. It's just teaching you about it. It's not letting you do it just yet. Interesting, John. I really never knew that. Was it for full price? Also here, the guidance of grace is now pointing us in this direction. So again, let's follow the guidance of grace. And there's a couple of really, really interesting tutorials here that you may not notice right away. So if we were just straight up follow the guidance of grace, the first thing we're going to notice is this enemy here with a torch, and he's patrolling the area. So what that is trying to teach us is maybe we should stay off the road. And if we were to stay off the road, and look around, you'll notice that there is something up on this hill. What I'm going to do for now is I'm going to make a mark on the map. I'm going to throw it over here, and we'll come back to it. That's good enough. All right, so that enemy's patrolling the road. You'll notice another one in the distance patrolling as well. So maybe we should stay off the road and see what's over here. So we have a turtle here. We can kill the turtle if we want. The turtles are this game's dogs. However, this brings up the most annoying enemy in the game. That is the flies. The turtle does recede into its shell, but we can kill it anyway. And we get turtleneck meat, which we eventually find to be, like, really valuable. Luis. Being honest, I never played an Armored Core game, so I don't know. I'm excited for anything from Software. I'll play it for sure, but I don't really know what to expect. So, yeah. But in this pool, we have these enemies here. And as soon as we approach these enemies, they start leaking a mist. And if we hadn't gone into the Fringe Folk Hero's grave, we wouldn't be familiar with poison until this point. So it teaches us that not every enemy is just like something that you can just melee down and be done with. You do have to respect enemies in this game. Oh, wow. Oh, we also got... Ah, well. So we also got the knockdown tutorial and a big shiny, but, you know, we can probably do it again here. Alright. So now, these enemies also teach us that sometimes if you stagger an enemy enough, you'll get a special death animation or a special riposte trigger. So again, another like natural tutorial. John, how do you get 50,000 quick? From here. Gold-tinged excrement means the turtle took shit. Okay, so back on the path, we have the patrolling guards. And so if we continue along here, you'll notice that this guard here is just sitting at a campfire. So, if we were to just take care of this guy... Giant dragon. Oh. The giant... The one in the dragon barrow? We get a backstab. That alerts this guy. Which, again, is like another interesting tutorial. It teaches you that, like, just because you're killing one enemy doesn't mean that others aren't going to notice. So the final thing that this pathway teaches us is that some enemies are passive. And you'll notice that this guy's back is turned to you. So if you did not do the Cave of Trials, this is teaching you that you can just sneak up to passive enemies and backstab them. So it's like another backstab tutorial. The other thing he's teaching you is that if you look in the direction that he was facing, you'll notice a cave. So let's just quickly these guys. Yeah, that you could go get that. All right, so the cave also has a light outside of it, which is another indicator of like, hey, there's something here. This is the Grove Side Cave. So if we light this side of Grace, you'll notice that we can't quick travel. If you were to attempt to quick travel, it says cannot travel to a side of Grace from this location. So right away, it's kind of teaching you that, like, when you enter caves, it's going to turn off quick travel on you. And if we go into this cave, luckily this one has some light inside. So we can deal with this if we want. And this is sort of our first tutorial of pack enemies. So they are beasts, but if we remember from killing the guard outside, when you kill one enemy, chances are others are going to notice. So if we continue along this path, you're going to notice a wolf here. And there's a boss, but I'm not ready for that. Another wolf here. So Mama Wolf has some extra health on her. I'm actually dead. Alright, got it. Cool. Yeah, that's Grail. That's the Great Dragon. Killing that also unlocks Grail's Roar, the incantation. Alright. So, that's our first cave. It's a lit cave, but you should have noticed it was like hard to see, so maybe we should try to find a torch somewhere, or maybe a lamp. But we can fight a boss. With one flask, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go, but we'll see. So the Beastman of Farm Ozla. So the name of this boss clues you into an area. Oh, God. The name of this boss clues you into, like, a region of the game. Farm Ozla. So it's already telling you that, like, Limgrave is not the only place you're going to go. What? I definitely rolled. So this boss also teaches you that you can backstab enemies if you wait long enough. If you just wait for an opportunity, you'll be able to get a backstab and a decent amount of damage. Whoa! Hello. You can tell that I never play a caster because I am not casting magic. Magic in this game is absolutely absurd. Alright. So that's the Beastman of Farm Ozla. Again, teaching you to wait for enemies, wait for openings. You get the Flame Drake Talisman for your troubles, which is your first talisman. Equip that. And then you get the warp point. Oh, thanks, Black Talon. I hope you're doing well, man. I see you in my comments for the walkthrough. Alright, so it warps us back out, and now we can quick travel again. So it teaches you, kill the boss, unlock quick travel again. And at no point is the game interrupting you to tell you that. That's one of the reasons that I love Elden Ring so much, is that it teaches you everything through context in the world. At no point outside of the actual tutorials of, like, mechanics, teaching you, like, here's how to like, press R1 to use your weapon, here's how to use block counters, here's how to, like, use these things, which, again, optional in that cave, you don't have to do it, but everything else the game just teaches you, and it lets you figure it out. If this were any other game, such as a different contender for Game of the Year, the game would have definitely told you, after you killed the boss, it would have stopped the game and said, okay, now that you've done that, quick travel has been unlocked again. Or something would have popped up on the screen that says quick travel now available. Like, something would have happened to, like, put it in your face that, hey, this has changed. Elden Ring doesn't do that. It keeps you in the world of the game. It keeps you immersed. Okay. So, we're done with that cave. Come out, things are back to life, no big deal. We look at our map again, and we notice, hey, the Guidance of Grace is pointing us towards over here, and whatever this is on the map. So let's continue in that direction. Yeah, whatever. Alright, so we have this huge camp of enemies. Right, they're very visible. You got little campfires, you got tents. You can see some enemies walking around, patrolling. But we do see a Site of Grace over here, and Sites of Grace are generally given priority as far as visibility goes. They're visible from a great distance, usually. So they're really trying to tell you, hey, get here before you do anything. Okay, so this Site of Grace is one of the very few in the game that are special. And what I mean by that is that when you rest at it, you're going to have your very first encounter with Melina. This is 100% scripted. It happens every single time. And again, it's one of the few times in the game where there's like a traditional cutscene. So Melina shows up. She starts explaining a bunch of stuff to you.
Have you, they sir, but you, I can play turning.
She drops a lot of lore on you.
To the foot.
She talks very slowly, which is helpful to let you digest it.
Then it summon me.
And if you accept her help, she will allow you to level up at Sites of Grace. She'll also give this Spectral Steed Whistle, which is the one pre-order bonus item that I do not have from this game. I didn't pre-order the game from GameStop, so I didn't get it. I should go find one, though. Okay, so now we can level up.
Shall I turn? Let my hand rest. Share them with me.
With the level up menu, you can spend runes to increase your attributes. With each attribute increase, your level rises by 1. As your level rises, so does the amount of runes required for your next attribute increase. So, knowing what I know, I'm going to dump some into strength, some into vigor, some into intelligence. Now, I'm actually just going to do 1 because I do want to visit Kale again, and I want to visit Kale again and purchase the crafting kit. All right. So, Melina disappears. Do I think there's too many Sites of Grace? Yes, I do. I think there's too many Sites of Grace in general in this game, especially considering you have Torrent and can cover great distance very quickly. I really dislike... This started in Dark Souls 2. The amount of... I don't like how it's gone from... In Dark Souls 1, you did not unlock warping until halfway through the game, and not every bonfire was warpable. Only very specific bonfires can be warped to. There wasn't a lore reason given for that, but it still like made it so you had to like really travel the world and know the world. Dark Souls 2 went to warping from anywhere to anywhere at all times from the jump. Dark Souls 3 made it silly in that you could warp from the jump, and after every single boss, a bonfire showed up. Even if there was a bonfire 5 feet in front of it. And Elden Ring does the same exact thing, and it drives me insane. It literally drives me nuts. I don't know why they keep doing that. Hey, dude, John, that's the exact one that I was thinking of. You kill Dragon Armor, you get a bonfire, you walk to the Grand Archives, there's a bonfire. Like, it's 5 feet in front of it. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And it's only gotten worse as time has gone on. All right. And, like, even in Bloodborne, how you had to warp back to the Hunter's Dream, I still felt that that was fine. There were not as many lamps in Bloodborne, but in Dark Souls 3, it was silly. And in Elden Ring, it's only gotten worse. Anyway, so the horseback riding tutorial as well. All right, so it also tells you about pouches. I actually think this... I don't have my original footage anymore. I deleted it. But I think this tutorial right here is from a patch. I kind of don't remember this one. But to be fair, I have skipped this a million times at this point. But I really don't think this was a thing. But the game teaches you about pouches. And I always put Torrent's Whistle on pouch 1. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to go back to the Church of Ella and purchase the crafting kit. Now,
This way, tarnished. May I have a word?
this is really cool. If you warp here... Shit, actually, now I'm curious. All right, I'll talk for a minute. If you warp here after getting Torrent, Rena, as she calls herself at this point, Rena will show up. And you'll notice that when I warped here, I was already facing this direction. It's like one of the very few times the game changes something and forces you to look a certain way, but it does it in such a subtle way, even without a cutscene. It just says, okay, does the player have torrent? Yes. Okay, when they warp to this bonfire, do this. It's just like, it changes the direction of the camera and changes the way you spawn, which I think is just genius. It's a really natural way of doing things. And clearly she's special. She's got some stuff. She whispers to you, she beckons you, and you're facing her. And also, you got this blue mist around. Something I want to check, though, is she there even if you don't warp? I've never actually tried this. Also, the reason for it being Game of the Year, single-handedly, a mounted double jump. Come on. Interesting. She is not. What if you rest? No. You have to warp. Okay. That's interesting. Anyway, still very, very interesting interaction. And even better, even fucking better, she's in front of the moon. Like, come on!
A pleasure to I and the wit. I'd heard tant upon Latour.
Greg, what up, dude? So, if you lie to her, I think if you lie to her, she knows that you're lying, indicating she knows a lot more than she's going on about. So yeah, but she gives you the spirit calling bell and the lone wolf ashes, and then she tells you about summoning the spirits that were buried near the Erd Tree. You get the new tutorial for summoning spirit ashes.
Forgive mine intrusion. I doubt we shall again. How long will it be before the tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
So she's clearly got her own motivations, but she bounces. So sick. Like, it just, it all adds. Like these little things. It's like little unnecessary things that, like, from things to put in games, that's what makes them special to me. Anywho.
Wait, well, you're...
Alright, so let's purchase our crafting kit now. Great job. Also get a torch. And then the game also has a new thing called notes. And the notes are hints. So again, more like accessibility things. So it tells you about the Flask of Wondrous Physic. It tells you about the Waypoint Ruins. The Flask of Wondrous Physic, it'll tell you that there's in one of the churches of America, you can find a special flask. I forget what the Waypoint Ruin says, but if you buy them, they're hints throughout the game. And some of them are incredibly valuable hints. They teach you, I believe, about the sewers underneath Lane Dell. They teach you about different torches, and like using different torches can reveal certain things. So again, really, really helpful. The other thing we're going to buy is a cracked pot. So, actually, let's just sell these, and then buy these. So the cracked pots are a really,
you've made an excellent
really interesting thing. So, it teaches us about item crafting and then containers. So these are the cracked pots. You'll need cracked pots and other containers to craft certain items. You'll not be able to make more of those items than you have containers. Container items will run out with use, but the containers themselves will remain. So what this allows you to do is it takes the consumable system from Dark Souls, which is like fire bombs and like rot bombs and stuff like that, or degrading bombs from Dark Souls 2, stuff like that, and it allows you to create them. However, it says, like, hey, you can't do this infinitely. You've got to make these, and we're going to give you a finite amount of resources to do it. This way you can't just spam it. It's not like a new idea. It's just, it's a good way of doing it. And it also encourages you to explore and loot everything you find. This way you get additional containers. Just a nice way of doing things and really incorporating the crafting system. Yeah, okay. So, let's continue here. Actually, let's do something really quick. Let us equip the Spirit Ashes for the Lone Wolf Ashes. Cyber, what's going on, man? Oh, Cyber, I'm so glad to have been helpful to you. Thanks. We're talking about why this is the game of the year. At least to me. Alright. So, back over here at the Gatefront Ruins. Something else we're going to notice is that at night, the bats fly around. During the day, those bats are dormant. But at night, they fly around. The location of some of the guards have also changed. Tommy, I'll be going for a few hours at least. I'm not going to, like, beat the game or anything, but I'll be going for a little while. Oh, I forgot I had that equipped. Well, I'm targeting... That's another thing that they still, to this day, have never fixed, is being able to target enemies, like, all... Why am I able to target this guard? Like, what's the point of that? Oh, shit! Forgot they had a grab. Alright. New mechanic here. Vanquishing enemy groups. Vanquishing an enemy group will replenish your flasks. The number and type of flasks to be replenished varies depending on the enemy group. You cannot replenish more flasks than your maximum amount allows. So, what this encourages you to do is keep adventuring. Don't rely on Sites of Grace. Like, just kill shit and you'll get flasks back. Don't feel like you have to be tied to Sites of Grace like you were bonfires in the previous games. Very, very cool. Alright. So, because we're in this enemy camp here, we now have the ability to use our Spirit Ashes. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so we got our wolves. And now we can start raising some hell. Raise hell, praise Dale. Or is it the other way around? Praise Dale, raise hell? I don't know. I don't know NASCAR. I just learned that phrase when I lived in the South. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, puppers. Alright. Now, these dogs are probably going to get me in trouble. Let's keep going. Daniel, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Oh, shit. Come over here, you kick my dog. This is bad news because big homeboy's over there. Yep. I don't want to deal with him. Alright. So come down here. We open the door. And we find a chest. So what this is teaching us... Hey, Caleb. What this is teaching us is within ruins are treasures. Like, there is going to be a door somewhere that you should find. And this treasure's huge. This is a whetstone knife. It says you can use Ashes of War to grant your armaments new skills at Sites of Grace. An armament can only have one skill. Any skill it previously had will be removed. An armament's type determines what skills it can have. Some special armaments have unique skills and cannot be granted new ones. So, this completely explodes builds. This allows you to do anything with virtually any weapon you want, and it encourages tons of experimentation. And like this mechanic, this system is hidden within an encampment that the game is guiding you to. So following that guidance of grace is pushing you into these new systems. Again, natural way of doing things. The game, like, aside from Ghost of Tsushima, no game has done things like this in terms of, like, how to guide a player through the natural world. Incredible. Ghost of Tsushima as well. If you have not played it, incredible game. Absolutely incredible game. With the Whetstone Knife, you can use Ashes of War to grant affinities to your armaments besides Grace. This way you can alter an armament's attack affinity, boost attribute scaling, and more. An armament type determines what affinities it can have. Special armaments cannot be granted new affinities. So again, changes infusions, changes everything. You can do anything you want with any weapon. It also gives you the War Stomp Ash of War. Alright, so this isn't great because, yep, my dog is now dead. And now I have all these guys. Whoa, shit. Oh, and now he's summoning friends, which is another great system lesson, you know? The game is just teaching us all these great things here. We have one wolf left. Hopefully I can just at least kill this guy. Ah! Ah! All right. Glad those fucking bats are dead, I'll tell you that. Woohoo! Got him with the backstab from magic. You'll love to see it. Oh shit, hello. These are the moments. These are the moments of, like, why these games are so good. It's when you just, like, use tactics and, like, have to really try, you know? Like, it's just incredible. All right, so there's still a few enemies left, and we'll talk about this treasure in a moment. This guy stops before I'm going to reach him. Does Death Stranding have a natural guide? Anyway, this teaches us that these, what are they called? Is this a sarcophagus? A rolling meat wagon? I forget what they're called. Anyway, they contain treasures, so try to get them. And we get the Lord Sworn's Greatsword. Still not done yet, though. We still have a couple enemies. Hello. So this teaches us that the stealth mechanic makes no goddamn sense because we shouldn't be able to do this. We shouldn't be able to get this close. Hey, well, Ed, I'm doing good. Hope I pronounced your name correctly. If I didn't, feel free to let me know. The flail. So the flail is a really important weapon. It is a strike weapon. Weapon consisting of a bludgeoning head attached to a handle by a chain. The iron ball is spiked and induces blood loss. Blows from this weapon cannot be parried. The charge attack whirls the iron ball around for increased force before striking. Strike weapons are important because they can break through crystal enemies. Whoops. Didn't really mean to do that. So a very important weapon that they give you early on. And I really wish I had known that, like when I first started playing, because I had a really difficult time against the Crystallian trio in the game. But if you use a strike weapon, you know, you can break them. I wish I knew that. Tommy, that's true. That's true. That's true. His helmet covers his ears and blocks his side view. That's true. We'll go with that. All right, so this item here. So if we look closely, this is a very peculiar statue, right? If we look on our map, this is what the Guidance of Grace was leading us to from over here. It's this particular thing that is on the map that, like, is there even if you don't have the map fragment, which we don't really know about yet. We were told that you can find fragments throughout the world, but we don't really know where. Now, we know where they are. If we find these marks on the map, we know where the map fragments are. So we got our first map fragment. Map found, core armored. And if we open the map, it says a new map has been found. And now we have a map. And already, the map itself has grown. So you can see more of the map. The map is starting to grow. Excellent. It also... So this was patched in later. NPC locations were not a thing when the game first came out. So these little boxes here that tells you about NPCs, Merchant Kale, and up here is a finger reader Chrome. This was not in the game at launch. I really like this addition, and I really like how the markers on the map are like natural, like they look like they belong. Everything is like a tan or a gray, so really dig that. Now, you'll notice that there is a particular thing on the map that looks very special. So that's going to be our next waypoint. We are going to go back over here in a little bit, but I want to talk about this first because the game keeps guiding us in this direction. So I want to focus on what the game is guiding us towards. What's the elevator pitch for Ghost of Tsushima? Captivating story, great gameplay, and a gorgeous world. Like, it really does all of that very, very well. The drawback of that game is that it takes a little while to, like, unlock the fun shit. Like, you don't unlock the violence of that game until, like, the second area. So, if you haven't gotten to the second chunk of the continent, keep going. And, like, make your judgment when you're, like, maybe a third of the way through that. And you'll know what I mean about unlocking the violence. Like, like, that game gets fucking bananas. Anyway, we'll rest at the side of grace. And, how many flashes do I have? Yeah, unlocking the style. That's a good way. Alright, so... Since it's nighttime, if you look in the distance, you can see a giant enemy on a horse. That's the Knight's Cavalry, an enemy that only comes out at night. So, if we go near the marker, right, we place the marker on here. If we go over here, now we have to deal with bats. We start getting called for. Now, this is something that was patched. This person didn't really start calling out to you until you got a lot closer. I am going to deal with this this guy, just so he doesn't bother us while we're talking.
Why won't anyone
Hide and sell swords. Okay. Oh shit, the donkey kick. Was not expecting that. Ah. I think I'm good with the bats. All right, so by placing the marker here,
stop pretending you can't see me.
We have an item that's also drawing our eye line here. So if we pick that up, it's an Arteria leaf, and I like these items a lot because it's if you read the item description. Where is it? If you read the item description. Dark red leaves with thick, swollen veins. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. It's an artery. Arteria. Like, there's arteries in the leaves. That's sick. Anyway, as we approach the marker on the telescope, we start getting beckoned by a voice. And if you notice, a lot of the animals, at least when we first got here, a lot of the animals were around this area. Somebody is calling out to us, and the directional audio of Elden Ring, if we stand here, and I realize I'm competing with this guy's voice, if we stand here, facing this way, we're only going to hear it out of the left ear.
Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not
But if we rotate the camera, you start hearing it from different angles. This is something that's been in the game since Demon's Souls, is directional audio, but Elden Ring really plays with it. In moments like this, at least. So this shrub looks out of place, and if we attempt to break it, this happens.
What'd you go and do that for?
So, even if you attack that, the NPC doesn't take damage. That is a change from the Dark Souls series. In Dark Souls 1, Laurentius of the Great Swamp is trapped in a barrel in the depths. If you attack the barrel, he does take damage. However, he doesn't aggro for a long time. You can hit him a few times before he becomes aggressive. Bach here does not become aggressive from that first hit, and he doesn't even take damage from the first hit because you're technically breaking the chameleon. So, interesting. Anyway, if we speak with him, he tells us that he got bullied out of his encampment. There's a cave by the shore. And then he kind of like feels like he owes you. So it's implied that you are telling him to go back to the cave. I mean, you never speak in these games, so maybe he's just like taking your silence as an indicator that he should go. But he tells you about a cave on the shore. So we know that the shore is over here. So it's kind of our job to find a cave. And that cave, I know for a fact, is somewhere around here, but let's just put a marker over here and go there eventually. Now, the other thing is that unfortunately it is late night, and we're definitely going to miss this fight. So let me go to the side of Grace, and we're going to talk about the Knights Cavalry. So yeah, like I said before that, oh dude, Bach has an incredible questline. I said before that Sights of Grace are always visible from great distances. If you look to the right of the portcullis, if you look to the right of the gate at the Gatefront Ruins, you notice a blinking light. That's the Sight of Grace. Like, they really have huge draw distances. And that's something that's been around really since like Super Mario 64. Red coins are visible from a much greater distance than yellow coins, and it's because they're given priority. Like, they are constantly trying to draw your attention. Sights of Grace are similar, but that's been around since like Mario 64. Alright. Oh, we gotta rest. Alright, let's change the time of day till night. And since it's nighttime, an enemy's going to come out called the Knights Cavalry. And you can see it again in the distance there. It's a big mammer jammer on a horse. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're actually going to look through this telescope that we use the marker for. It's the bird's eye telescope. It says you can use the bird's eye telescopes found in various areas to get a bird's eye view of the terrain in the direction that the telescope is facing. So if we do that, we now have access to this big old telescope. Some enemies are given priority on the map. We can see the, oops. Can you not zoom in with these things? I guess you can't. You can see the Knights Cavalry. You can't really see any other enemies. You can see some livestock around, but the Knights and the Kaiden Sellsword, the bats, but the Knights Cavalry is really given priority. Like, he is obvious. He's standing out from that bridge. He's standing out from that terrain that he's on. He's not blending in, so it's clearly drawing your attention. You can see a minor Erd tree, so again, another point of interest. If you look closely, you can see Gerank's house, where you sell the Death Root. Again, you can see the end of the game. You can see the Forge of the Giants. You can see the major Erd tree. You can also see a peculiar shining light. That is actually a breakable statue. And then, of course, you can see Stormville Castle. We can see our waypoints, Church of Ella, Fringefolk Hero's Grave, another minor Erd Tree, Castle Morn in the Weeping Peninsula, and more. But that Knights Cavalry is our mission. Now, on the way, we're going to notice well, I know now is scarabs, but we're going to notice an enemy that if we approach it, it begins to run away. And these are not unique to Elden Ring. These things have been around. I mean, you know, they're Diablo treasure goblins. Like, they're not new. But if we were to kill it successfully, it'll drop the Ash of War determination. So we're encouraged to kill those things from here on out. Trying my best not to aggro big homeboy up there. Okay. So the Knights Cavalry is sort of another horseback boss. However, it only appears at night. I mean, it's in the name, right? So, if we begin attacking it, we notice, hey, it's a boss. Get another smithing stone. And so the game's like second smithing stone is guarded by a boss in a very peculiar place on a bridge. I hate horse checks. I really can't stand when a horse can check you. It drives me nuts. Oh my god, I'm a caster. What is wrong with me? I literally can never remember to cast magic. Okay. Alright, we probably have to start doing this manually. Okay. So you'll notice that as we hit the boss, we are also hitting the horse separately. And it's also teaching us... Whoa! What a fucking recovery. It's also teaching us that what he can do, we can do. So we can also drag our sword. Okay. So we died. That's fine. If you remember, we picked up a smithing shard. So what we should do is we should go get our runes back and then upgrade our weapon. And we can die just like him. That's correct. Astute observation. Oh, interesting. Warping always puts you in this direction. Okay, I thought it changed it. Got it. Alright, so we leveled up our weapon to +1, which should give us a bit more of a fighting chance. Maybe. We'll try him again. Admittedly, I'm not super familiar with the with rapiers in this game, so their movesets are a little tricky for me. Alright, let's change it to nighttime again. Also notice Bach has disappeared from his place. Went off to that cave. Bro. Danko, you are not incorrect. That is 100% like the golden lesson of Souls games. No good deed goes unpunished. That man does not get a happy ending. Even though he's probably like the one person in the entire game that deserves one. Just like Solaire in Dark Souls 1. You can't help anybody. Wow. So what I'm trying to do is like show you that you can knock people off their horses. Hard to do though. Jesus. Oh, now Homeboy's interested. God damn it. Alright, and we get a cool little execution. I do love that. Now, what's interesting is that he can actually summon his steed again. I'm gonna let him do it just because I think the animation is fucking incredible. The animation is so cool. I want that. That's what I want. That's what I want in the DLC. I want that animation. I desperately want to be able to do that in the DLC. Give me Torrent DLC, please. Hello, die. Oh my god, why are you not dying? Oh no! Oh shit! Ugh. I am getting so blessed. Holy shit. Wow. I can't believe Torrent took all that damage from me. This horse is a god. It's really an ox, but still. Wow. Torrent saved my life. That was incredible. Anyway, Knight's Cavalry down. And what's cool is that there's like at least one in every area. I think there's 2 in Lanedale. There's 1 in Lanedale, and I think there's 1 in the capital outskirts. But anyway, point being, you know, killing them all, you get a whole bunch of cool stuff. All right, so let's make our way over to where Bach told us to go. But there's also one other thing that I mentioned, but we still haven't really gone towards.
Well, you're back.
There are others of my if the mood my people, which is why. But thanks, I think this may your people. Perhaps you don't need to see that. No, we have a saying. Lament not, but that is our just the way we.
Alright. More cookbooks and a telescope.
Goodbye.
Oops. Alright, so the first marker that we set was up on this hill. We did this a while back. And so, up here, we see a statue. Let me clear this marker. We see a statue. And it's like this hunched over dude with a crown of thorns with some sort of incense burner. And if we examine it, it says guide and gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. And now we get a blue light that is guiding us into a direction. And the guidance of grace has told you, hey, go where the lights are shining. And that's a gameplay thing in general. Games always use lights to tell you where to go. We also get Trina's lily down here, which, if we read the description, a light purple water lily that is on the verge of wilting, a symbol of faith to Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation. So it's used for sleeping, but it's interesting that the first Trina's lily is directly underneath the statue of Rosus. Okay, so if we go in the direction that it's telling us, and we also get the wisp on the map, we will find something interesting. So, I gotta sneeze. So the first thing that we see before we even get too far is this wandering dude with a torch. He wandered out of this area, and again, use lights in video games to know where to go. But the statue points us here, as does the Dragling wandering with a torch. So it's pointing you in this direction. And we get our first catacomb. So we've done a cave. Now it's time for a catacomb. Catacombs, admittedly, in my opinion, are a decent amount harder than caves. Okay. So, in this catacomb, we get a ghost. And the ghost says, a proper death means returning to the Erd Tree. Have patience until the time comes and the roots call to you. So, sort of building the lore of what these catacombs are. It's where people are buried and... Oh, Jesus. I knew one was in here. I thought he was on the wall, though. Where people are buried and they return to the Erd Tree. Yeah, there is one on the wall. I wasn't wrong. So, these enemies drop from the ceiling, ruining the lesson, but it is what it is. One thing I gotta do, move that, and then flip that. Great. Alright, so what the game tries to do is bait you into coming to this room with a treasure, but those imps, one is on the ceiling, one is just tucked around a corner. It's like, hey, don't rush in just because there's a shiny thing. That's the lesson. We get some root resin, which if we read... says the roots of the great tree were once linked to those of the Erd Tree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around great tree roots. These are catacombs where somebody's buried. Now, we're going to talk about iterative fucking design. So, at this door it says locked by some contraption. Catacombs are the new Chalice dungeons. Chalice dungeons, to me, were one of the weakest parts of Bloodborne, especially because they were one of the first things shown in that game as far as gameplay demonstrations. Chalice dungeons were, like, wasted. They were an interesting idea, randomly, quote-unquote, randomly generated dungeons that would house secret bosses and treasures, but ultimately they didn't house much. They are cool. Some people love spelunking in them. They're great resources for farming blood echoes. There are some unique bosses in there. The Thumerian Descendant is down there, one of the coolest looking bosses in the whole game. Of course, the Lord's Watchdog or whatever, the Fire Dog. But a lot of it's just like repeated stuff You fight a Braytos again, you fight Amygdala again, Aberrant Beasts. A lot of copy and paste. I think the Catacombs in Elden Ring are a much better version of that, especially because they are static and hidden within the world. They're not something that you put in a password and build at a gravesite. They are in the world. That said, however, the copy-paste, like, kind of thing with these things, like, they get old. There are a ton of sub-dungeons, like catacombs and caves and ruins and mines. Catacombs, caves, and ruins. That's from the gameplay demonstration. Anyway, there's a lot of them in Limgrave. I think there's more in Limgrave than in any other area. There's a ton in Liurnia as well. They get less and less as the game goes on, but they get old. Like, you kind of just know, okay, just find a switch. The game does, like, pull the rug out from under you at certain points. It, like, especially in the Lane Dell catacombs, it's a maze, and it's made to think you're going... It's designed to make you think you're going crazy, which is really cool. Like, it loops in on itself. Rooms look exactly the same with minor changes. They even put a dead enemy in one to make you think that's the enemy that you already killed, but it's always there, even if you hadn't killed it. Like, stuff like that is really fucking cool. But there are so many of these things in the game that they do get old. I think the only ones that, like, stay unique, and it's because there's so few of them, are the graves. The Fringefolk Hero's Grave, Gelmir Hero's Grave, the Snowfield ones, the Zamora Hero's Grave. Like, those ones are really cool. But the catacombs and the mines, all that, they feel very samey. And so they do wear out their welcome, I think. I think they're one of the weakest points of Elden Ring. But still good, because it shows the next iteration of the idea of Chalice Dungeons. John, wow. That's very unfortunate. I hope he's okay. Did my stream die? It's like loading on my screen. I don't show any dropped frames or anything. And OBS is still working. Okay, it's back. That was strange. Anyway, yeah, so I hope that player's okay. I saw that happen at a Met game one time. A fan got brought out, and they were doing chest compressions as they were wheeling him out. I think he might have died. Caleb, I agree. Like, the tension's always there. It just feels like... to me, they just wore out their welcome. Like, there was just too many of them, especially so early on. But they each are very good... resources for... They're very good areas for gathering resources. In the catacombs, you get Glovewort and Grave Glovewort, which is used to level up Spirit Ashes. In the caves, you get natural resources, which is used for crafting items. In the mines, you get Smithing Stone Shards, and the white ones, the pale ones, the Dragon Smithing Stone Shards, like, you get upgrade materials. And in the graves, you tend to get, like, big treasures. So they are useful, but there's just so many of them. And as the game went on, it felt like there was much less of a focus on them. So just I don't know. It felt like they could have been done a little bit better, in my opinion. Magic is ridiculous. Ow. There we go. Yeah, I like that they all have a purpose. But I really feel like they could have been done a little bit better. Maybe not had so many. That could have been a thing. But I don't know. So these flame pillars are interesting. If you have a bow, you can very easily deal with these things. I have glint pebbles, so I think that should hit it. Nope. Can't reach. That's okay. Alright, so we got our first prattling pate, hello, which are interesting. What are the lore on these? Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a voice that says hello, a wistful fetish that imparts voices and words on an eternal journey. In Dark Souls 1, those were made by Hawkeye Go, or Goff. In Elden Ring, they don't really say who they're made by, and there's nobody named Pate, although Pate is the NPC who is voiced by Peter Serafinowicz in Dark Souls 2. Mild-mannered Pate was his name. This sucks. Yeah, dude, magic in this game is honestly absurd. Like, it's too strong. Oh, I forgot there was a fifth one. Whew. This guy's just in the fog. Then you can hear the footsteps of another. Can't remember if there's a third one in here. And the wandering noble ashes. Spirits of nobles who, after death, now wander the lands between. Surely they were in search of something once, but whatever it has long been forgotten. Alright, so if we drop here, we already killed the two imps, and then we find the switch, which is always underneath this statue, which is the same statue in front of the doors, and it says somewhere a heavy door has opened. You can hear the door open. All right. So the door is open to the boss, but we're going to rest at the side of Grace first. And this boss, I think, is interesting the first time. However, it highlights another weakness of Elden Ring. And not only do the catacombs and the mines and the tombs get reused, catacombs, mines, and graves and ruins or whatever, the bosses get reused to death. I think there's like 12 of these things in the game. And, like, yeah, each time they have something different about them. Sometimes there's ads. Sometimes there's whatever. Sometimes they've got electricity. Sometimes they've got fire. Sometimes they've got sleep. Actually, I don't think I need sleep. Like, yeah, sure. Something's different about them nearly every single time. But still, it just sucks to do the same thing over and over and over again with these things. It really is a major weakness of Elden Ring. These particular bosses. I mean, the amount of, what are they? The worm things? I can't remember the name of them. It's the boss of the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave, I remember that. The reuse is, like, criminal. It's honest-to-God criminal. And I hope there's an Elden Ring 2, they come up with better ideas. Because, like, before I started the stream, I went back and I watched my thoughts from the network test. I actually went back and listened to what I had to say and what I was hoping for. And I even said, like, the catacombs and the mines and the caves, they're cool, but I really hope that when you go to other areas in the game, the theme changes, because they all look the same as far as, like, what's available in the network test. They all look the same. They're arranged differently, but they look the same. It's the same problem as Chalice Dungeons. But at least with the Chalice Dungeons, you know, the Ailing Loran chalices they were in the desert. They looked like Indiana Jones. The Thumerian ones were just regular ruins, but then you had, like, cosmic ones. Like, the theming changed a little bit. The themes never change here. The graves are different sometimes, but, like, the themes really never change. It's so weird. Your stream is lagging. Let me try lowering the bitrate. I can't, like, make major adjustments while it's streaming. But let me know. I was hoping that the theming would become different at some point. It never does. Even though so I think the weakness is that the bosses constantly get reused and that there's a lot of these dungeons and they all look the same. The strength, though, and I think the major reasoning is that a lot of them are filled, or a lot of them are located within Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula. Those two areas have the most. I think, like, per capita, if you will, like, they have the highest number of all three: catacombs, mines, and caves. And I think the reason for that, or the idea behind it, is because eventually, if you just follow the Sights of Grace, or the Guidance of Grace, you will run into Stormville Castle. And when that happens, you're going to come up against Margit the Fell. And Margit is going to fucking murder you. Like, he is the first story boss of the game, and he's a roadblock. You are not ready for him if all you do is follow the Guidance of Grace. So the game is trying to push you to explore Limgrave and explore the Weeping Peninsula, and they want to make sure that you have enough resources and runes to level up and to level up your weapons, so when you go back to fight Margit, you're adequately equipped. I think, however, there was too much of a reliance on these mini-dungeons, and they really start to, like, wear out. Honest to God, they really do. And they start to wear out, like, super, super quickly. So, I don't know. Like, I think it's a good idea, but if you are a completionist and if you're looking to do everything, which I feel like a lot of people are, it relied too much on it. And I hope if there's an Elden Ring 2, they make a lot less of these. And like, what's nice is if you go to the dungeon in the desert, right, like where you fight Radahn, after you kill Radahn, there is a catacomb there. And within that catacomb, there are ghosts fighting each other. There are Clean Rot Knights and Radahn Knights fighting each other. They're like, they're locked in an eternal struggle, even in death. And like, it makes for a really cool moment because you walk in, you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, the enemies ignore you, like, for the most part. In the first big area, they're fighting each other. They're ignoring you. They don't care. It just makes for a very, very cool moment. Whereas the vast majority of the dungeons are just run through, get the items, you're done. There's nothing to really look at. But you have, like, very few that are unique like that. And I hope in Elden Ring 2 they can make more of those moments and really use the dungeons, or the mini dungeons, like, more sparingly and more for a purpose of creating moments like that. So it's definitely, like, the weakest point of Elden Ring, in my opinion. But that's just me. All right. So let's return to the entrance, and then we'll continue the discussion. All right. Before we do, I'm going to restart the stream and have the bitrate lower. Hopefully that helps you guys. But we will see. I'll be right back. I may have to create another stream, but if I do, I'll put the link in. All right. That should help with the lag. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to refill my water and just use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. 24 years old. What does that mean? Also, I'm going to let you guys know, a vendor at work sent me cookies as a holiday gift. They were delivered on Christmas Eve. But I was in New York from December 22nd until January 1st. So, these were in my mailbox for a week. I put them in the fridge, hoping to firm them back up because one of them was a little soft. And yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. I'm hoping. I mean, sugar really doesn't go bad, but tastes fine. I think we're okay. Alrighty. I also have a few balls left over from my crisis core grinding, so finish that off. Oh, the Bills player. Okay. So, yeah, balls is an energy drink. It's very good. The original tastes like Sprite, but they have a root beer, a cherry cola, an orange, and a ginger. And a regular cherry. Ginger's kind of gross, but the rest of them are really good. Okay. So, our friend Bach told us that there is a cave on the beach or on the coast, and that his friends or his he was kicked out of the cave there. He was kicked out of his group. So, let's head there now. And this is really our first like quest in the game. Vare told us to go to Stormvale Castle. That's still a little ways off, but Bach told us about a cave. Now, on our way to the cave, we see this dude who's clearly having a bad day. So we're going to run past him. In the distance, you'll notice some, like, white trail. That looks peculiar, doesn't it? So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for it. And then, like, as soon as it gets close to us, we're going to try to kill it. Ah! Right on time. So, another Ash of War. It's like a hidden treasure scarab. Oh, Monkey, I'm really glad I helped. Happy to hear that. What's your favorite Souls game out of the ones you've played? Alright, and then in the distance, we have a Kaiden sellsword over here. For some reason, he's like either sleeping or doing something. Guarding a treasure. Alright. So, let's look for Bach's cave that he was referring to. He said he was going to go there. See what happens. The land octopus, the weirdest enemies in the game. Some of the weirdest enemies in the game. Hey, Rain Man. All right. I talked about this in my thoughts after the network test. Happy New Year. You too. Thank you. I'm doing great. So over here, there is another.
What do you? I don't want any.
Another merchant. He sells some unique items. Merchants always have cookbooks. Great idea to buy cookbooks from them, as well as smithing stones. Buy those. Sells a broadsword, club, a couple hints as well. Land squirts, stone digger trolls. Stone digger trolls. That's an interesting hint because they're a huge enemy. You may want to know how to deal with them he also sells boluses, which cure different things or alleviate different things.
Done? Well, be on your way then.
Oh, you just started Elden Ring. Whew! Have fun. So, like I said before, these guys sell hints, and the hints are new to Elden Ring. No other Souls game does this. But when you buy a hint, go to the info tab, you examine it using square. It says the heads of Stone Digger trolls bear old wounds. So, you may want to hit them in the head. It's kind of the hint. So, I mentioned this in my network test thoughts video before the full game came out. But something I was a little disappointed by in Elden Ring, especially coming from Sekiro, is that there's no swimming. The other thing that kind of bums me out is on the map. As you uncover the map, you'll notice things like ships. I think in the network test there was like people in a rowboat over here, or maybe that's further south or something. But there's like maybe somebody in a barrel in the water, but there's no swimming. However, you will notice a cave on the other side of here. So clearly there's a way to get there, but you can't swim. However, if you turn around, there's another cave. All right. Now, this cave is really the first time that you're gonna need a torch. So if we walk in, we hear Bach. He's right near the site of grace. And he seems to be whimpering. He's in a lot of pain. He says that the people inside beat him up. He tried to come back and be brave. So it's time to avenge our friend. Now, this is another thing about iterative design. Look how dark this cave is. Dark Souls 2 is supposed to have this crazy lighting engine that was shown off in pre-release footage during, trade shows, ultimately ended up being removed from the game. And so, like, all the rooms were just brightened up. You never really needed the torch. They alleviated it a little bit in Scholar of the First Sin. They made some rooms dark again. But it really hasn't... In Bloodborne, they brought it back. I remember in Hemwick Charnel Lane, if you went there at night, some of the interiors, like the barns that you would go through, were quite dark, and you really did need a torch. So they tried their best in Bloodborne to bring that lighting engine back. And it was there, but ultimately unnecessary. However, in Elden Ring, you really need a torch sometimes. So, look how pretty that is. However, you are sacrificing a shield by using a torch. Hey, Curb. Alright, so this guy yells. They all yell. They start summoning their buddies. However, we've got our +1 S-Stock. We're okay. They officially called the football game. That dude's got to be dead. He's got to be dead. He's got to be dead, which is insane. I don't know. Like, I know football's America's pastime and all, but I would never let my kid play that sport if I ever had a kid. I would rather they play rugby or something. Like, anyway. All right. Edward, I think it's my GOTY. That's why I'm like going through this again, for this stream. It's definitely my game of the year. It definitely drags on at the end. I'll talk about that, once I'm getting in towards the end of the stream. It definitely drags on at the end. The repeating bosses is a huge weakness. The dungeons like overstayed their welcome. But I think it's like one of the greatest games ever made. It has flaws, but it's insanely good. Monkey, a player, got carted off the field during the Buffalo Bills game today. All right. So, get a land octopus ovary, and then we get our first summon. So, if you notice, let me see if that'll go away. I don't think it goes away. So, Mark, that's literally the boss I talked about when I brought up that point. I was like, this boss is used 13 times. So, as you approach this door, you'll hear a sound. It's unique, and it's the sound of this sign appearing. And if we touch it, we're able to summon a cooperator named Old Knight Istvan. This is one of 2 appearances of Istvan. The other appearance is that we get to kill him during a quest line. but here he will help us out. So we can use Istvan to help us kill this boss, which we'll do. No problem, Luis. Thanks for letting me know. You're buffering worse now? I literally lowered the bitrate. Alright, so Istvan's going to help us out here. And then we're also going to summon our lone wolves. So we're just going to raise a ruckus over here, do our best. This is really your first like chaotic boss fight and a lesson in trying to like manage everything as best you can. Oh shit, I just put myself in a corner. Istvan's trying to do his gravity magic. Oh my god, we are just bullying this guy. Istvan's still doing okay, though. Oh, nice! Woo! Hello. What? All right. Cool. So we get the tailoring tools, which is a key item. And we also get a sewing needle, which is a key item. So let's check our key items. And the sewing needle. A large sewing needle, curved like a fang. Bach, the demi-human's prized possession. So these guys in here beat him up and took his prized possession, the sewing needle. And the tailoring tools are a portable set of tailoring tools. Enables armor alterations at sites of grace. Very likely also taken from Bach. You don't remember this encounter? I think Istvan might have been patched in. I don't remember him being there the first time. I have the disc of this game, but I don't feel like uninstalling it to just bring in 1.0. Alright, so let's go back to Bach. And we can give him the sewing needle.
Wait, you got it.
So he kind of examines it, holds it close.
What made you go and do a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I? Thank you. You're very... I always wanted to...
All right.
Then I...
Yeah, and I think 3 or 4. The first rumor of it, I think it was in 2018 or 2019. When it was called Project Ring? No, it was still ER. I forget the code name. Interesting, John. Okay, so we give Bach the sewing needle, sort of completing his quest for now. But this is the first cave where even though there's a teleporter exit, there is more to it. And this happens very few times in the game. But if we were to follow this, we'll come across a couple more enemies. Okay. And then we will pop out on the other side of the river there. So that was the entrance to the cave, and now we're over here. I'm over here now. So if we summon Torrent, come up here, you can see the Guidance of Grace circling the site of Grace. We can activate that. Now that we've completed the little interaction with Bach. Oh, it is gone. Okay, I wasn't sure if we had successfully hit the marker. We reached the Church of Dragon Communion. So if we approach this altar, we can perform the ritual of Dragon Communion, and it says that we can spend a Dragon Heart to purchase Dragon Fire, Dragon Claw, or Dragon Maw. These are incantations or miracles. However, we don't have a Dragon Heart. Where can we get a Dragon Heart, I wonder? Well, we'll see in a bit. All right. So, the other thing on this island is up here. There's a special message. This is a developer message. You could tell because it's glowing. And it says, far to the east, you'll find the Cathedral of Dragon Communion, a place where draconic power gathers. Now, I am like 99% sure that in this exact direction, like right here, sort of, within Caelid, is the cathedral. Like, almost positive it's in that exact direction. All right, up here, we have Exalted Flesh. And then... Isn't there another spell here? Or am I crazy? But we hear a treasure scarab. Right here. Okay. We get a somber smithing stone, which are used to level up more unique weapons. I do like how they streamlined weapon progression in this game. Because of all the because of the whetstone, you can put different infusions on different weapons kind of at any time. So there isn't a need for various types of Titanite or upgrade materials. It's just the two. I think that's a very nice way of doing it. I will admit I was a tad disappointed in Dark Souls 3 when everything was Titanite. Like, literally everything was just Titanite all the way. And you just needed the different books. I don't know. I felt like that was too constricting. So having two different ones is nice. Okay. So, we're at the Church of Dragon Communion. We're told that something exists called Dragon Hearts, but, you know, we don't exactly know what that is yet. But there's still this whole area that we haven't explored. But first, I'm going to continue along the way of the Guidance of Grace, because that's where the game is pointing me towards. I feel like I've done enough side questing. I've done enough exploring. I'm ready to move on. Actually, one other thing. Since we picked up some shards from that vendor, I am going to upgrade my weapon one more time. They ever release a patch to fix the inconsistency of fall damage? I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
Wait. Well, you're back.
Also level up. I am grubbing on a cookie. Alright, so this is something that was patched in. And if you notice, it says talk to Melina. I'm actually going to disable my camera for this because I think it's important. Alright, so it says talk to Melina. There's an icon next to that. That was not there when the game first came out, that icon. So you really just had to notice changes within this menu. I'm glad they put that there, though, because this menu can get kind of long. So if we talk to Melina, she appears again.
This tiny golden, this light, but now you can see the
And she
rays
talks about the Guidance of Grace.
upon the clear demigod. If the rays and the Elden has an
She
ally,
tells you
pray that you have to face the chat.
She tells you to go to Stormvale Castle, but she says, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge. So, indicating, hey, I hope you're strong enough. And what a beautiful sky. Give that guy a little poke. Well, how you doing? All right. So the Guidance of Grace. Is she the best bonfire maiden? I don't know. I'm still partial to Maiden in Black. Still partial to Maiden in Black. Although, summoning her from Morgott, what a fucking gangster. What a gangster. She is definitely the best fighter out of any of them. Oh my god, she's so good. Okay, so the Guidance of Grace is pointing us in this direction. And if you look real close, hello, there's a troll up there. Kind of reminiscent to the Asylum Demon, frankly. But I also like the people being crucified. I think that's cool. Hey, Andy. No, I have not played New Game plus 7. I think the highest I've gone is 5. So, at that point, it's less about how much health do you need. It's about, like, yeah, 60 is the soft cap. You can go to 99 if you really want, but it's not doing much for you. At that point, it's really just about avoiding and parrying. And blocking. And using, like, the block counters. I never really go that high. I don't mess with that sort of stuff. Alright. So, if we approach this, we notice that we got 2 crossbows on the left, we got a crossbow on the right, we got Big Troll who jumps down, big earthquake. So clearly, things are serious here. And maybe the best course of action is to just avoid. Right? We were given Torrent at that site of grace. We were given the ability to run really fast on an ox. Just run. That's the whole purpose. And for running, we are rewarded with 1, a new area, and 2, this thing. A little Erd Tree sapling and a golden seed. So if we continue in this area, for some reason, wolves clearly appear out of nowhere. And so let's go ahead and kill them. Oh boy, they're probably going to kill us, frankly. I don't know what that's about, the wolves just appearing out of thin air. Anyway, you'll notice that as soon as you get up here, the Guidance of Grace is pushing you here to the Stormhill Shack. Now there's a treasure here drawing your eye line, but then you notice this girl in red. This girl is very important to the game. So we get a Stone Sword key. She tells us her name is Roderica, although I don't think she actually tells you her name until she gets to Round Table. She gives us the Spirit Jellyfish Ashes, and she asks us if we're going to Stormvale. If you find the chrysalids, tell them that she's sorry. We don't really know what the chrysalids are, but we know that she's there. So the Guidance of Grace is pushing us in this direction, up this hill, very obviously towards Stormvale Castle. So if we go along this road, we see that it's being patrolled pretty heavily, so we want to veer off the path. If you continue along this path, you're going to run into a ballista, and that ballista is going to straight up murder you. So you want to not be on the path. Although I'm not taking my own advice because I want to kill this treasure scare real bad because I have no patience and I am greedy as hell. Yep, there it is. Hello, thanks so much. The wild strikes. Okay. So it's foggy, it's windy, but there's clearly a ballista shooting you, so you want to just run away. And if you can, just get behind it. This way you just ignore it. Now, a little trick, I always like to jump off at the blue barriers. This way you immediately start running and you don't get like hard cut off, because there's a site of grace here and you want to light it and then rest at it as soon as possible. And no one followed me. That's crazy. Yeah, and that's what I was doing. I think I got to 5, and then I was like, all right, I'm done. Okay. So, because we picked up that golden seed, the flasks menu is now highlighted. We can use the golden seed to add a charge to the flask of Crimson Tears. Now, this may be your first time within the flask menu. This is the first time you really brought into it. And so, you have a few options. Add charge to flask, which we just did. That was one that was highlighted. That used a golden seed. We do not have any sacred tears? Or sacred dew? Tears of sacred dew, something like that. To increase the amount replenished by flask. We don't have that yet. But we can allocate flask charges. This was something that was brought over from Dark Souls 3 with the Ashen Estus Flask, which allows you to replenish mana or FP focus points. It allows you to, like, balance it out and pick whatever you want, like choose however many you want for each one. I like this system a lot. I think it works well. I'm going to leave it at 4-1. But now we have another option to talk to Melina. I'm almost positive this option is going to bring us to Round Table Hold, which I'm kind of excited for. She says I've been watching you.
Me? I'm set for my there is something I've acted. I am no me.
Okay, cool. It's not. I'm actually glad. So, the Guidance of Grace is still pushing us in this direction. So let's go here. And hey, another summon sign. This is Sorcerer Roger. Sorcerer Roger is a pretty interesting character. He is actually the first person that can lead you on the quest line to find Ranni. He's really just trying to find her for a research purpose, just for knowledge. He's not, like, involved in her plot or anything. But he's still a really cool character. You do run into him in Stormvale. But let's summon him, because clearly there's a boss fight here. Pretty unique time of day right here. Alright. So, we enter Stormvale Castle, but then we get stopped by a cutscene.
Foul tarnished. In
Search of the Elden. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
$50 thugs. I always end the game with a fully upgraded weapon, so that's what I bring in. I gotta, like, start a new build in New Game Plus.
Someone must extinguish thy flame. Let it be Marcus the Fell.
Alright, our first major boss. So, clearly, we're not doing a lot of damage to this guy. Right? Like, we may be in a little bit of trouble. Whoa. Yeah, we might be in a little bit of trouble. Roger isn't faring much better than we are. He is helpful in getting Margit to get stunned. He is helpful in that, especially with his magic attacks. Very helpful in that sense. However, we're really not doing a lot. So he pulls out this gigantic hammer because he's just a gangster. But he's got these weapons that, like, really, they just ignore shields. Oh my god, I thought I was about to push him off. That would have been nuts. Alright, so Roger's dead. We are clearly in a bad spot here. Oh, parry that. No problem. So yeah, clearly, like, we're in a pickle here ourselves. So we can try to summon some more. Oh shit! We can try to summon again, do our best, but, like, clearly we really should not be here. This, like, the only reason I'm doing this well is because I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. Your average player is going to run up against a massive wall here and is not going to be able to handle this. And it's for good reason. They are not supposed to. The guidance of grace pushes you here. Yes, absolutely. However, it is apparent that you are not ready for this fight. Melina even warns you about it. She says, like, I pray that you are strong enough. I pray that you're ready. And you're not. So, I'm going to give this an honest chance. I'm going to give this an honest try right here. I'm going to try to kill him. But if I don't kill him, I'm going to leave. Because that's what you're supposed to do. And I really, truly feel like this is one of the strengths of Elden Ring and of Souls games. Elden Ring especially. It's the ultimate game of, if you are not strong enough, go somewhere else. The game does everything to teach you that. Ow. Shit, I hate that move. I've always been terrible at avoiding that. The game does everything it can to try to teach you that. He also cheats. Look, he knows when you're drinking. He was really bad about it in the network test. He was really, really bad about it in the network test. I'm fucking dead. There's no way I can do this. Yep. I saw his hand up here. When I rolled into him, I was like, I'm dead. I knew it. Thien is my favorite character from that movie. What a tragic character. Alright. So, the game is clearly telling me I ain't ready for this. 50 Thugs. I'm playing this. The reason for this playthrough is I'm trying to show people like why I think this is Game of the Year. So I'm not playing it how I would normally play it. All right. So the game is telling us, yo, you're not ready yet. So if we take a look at the map, we see a lot of options. We see a lot of places we can go. We know that around here, we had a decent time. We had a decent time contending with the enemies there. But there seems to be a pretty major road here, and this was like the newest area. So let's go in that direction. Right. Let's follow this road. See a shiny on the ground there. See a Kaiden Cell sword. Ooh, fire arrows. That's handy. We see a Site of Grace in the distance over here. We're going to reset these enemies. And Melina shows up.
Forgive me.
She says, I've been testing you, see if you're fit. She wants to make sure that you can be trusted, so she entrusts you with Torrent to see what happens. She says, lend me your hand, and then she takes you away somewhere. She can take you to the round table. So, round table hold is another reason why I think this might be the Game of the Year, or why it's my Game of the Year personally. So the tooltip says the round table hold is a place where tarnished gather, guided by grace. Combat is prohibited on the premises due to a pact of non-aggression. This rule is in effect when the round table icon is displayed. The round table hold is located outside of this world, and fast travel by grace is the only means of reaching it. So, I think this might be one of the best hubs in video games. I think Dark Souls 3's Firelink Shrine is really good. I think Dark Souls 1, the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1 is probably like, it's the best jump point. I don't think it's the best hub. And the reason I'm making a distinction there is because Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1 is so good because you keep coming back to it. Like, you keep discovering it over and over. You find elevators there. Like, you're constantly coming back to that Firelink Shrine. The Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3, I think, is just incredibly well designed and plays a huge part of the story. I mean, they both do, but they play a massive part in the story in Dark Souls 3. And I also like the surrounding areas, like the crypt of all of the bonfire maidens, like, or the fire keepers. Like, I really like Irina. I think Irina Karim is her name. Yeah. Like, I really, really like it. I like her quest line there. I like how she, like, goes blind, or is blind, and then, like, ends up going into the crypt not knowing. She just thinks she's with other fire keepers. She doesn't know they're all fucking dead. Like, I like her protector. Like, I really love the Shrine of Dark Souls 3. But I think Round Table Hold just has a vibe to it and, like, an aura. Like, the music here is forlorn yet inviting. There's a giant site of grace in the middle of the table, and, like, it's just like Souls games where there's weapons going into it, and, like, pieces of the Erd tree are growing out of these weapons. If you look closely, there's branches coming out of them. It's just so well designed, and to me, it's just incredible. I also like how there's a lot of NPCs. I think Gideon Ofnir is one of the best characters in the game, but a lot of the doors are locked, which is interesting. It says the door is blocked shut. So just like that message early on in the game, like, you can't access a lot of the shrine. It opens up as you play the game, which is, like, really cool. It has Ensha, who, the only purpose of Ensha is to kill you. Like, they never speak to you. They are an edgelord. I will always applaud that message. But there's just so much here. And, like, when I was playing this game ahead of release, when I was playing this game, no one was here. Like, there was maybe, like, 100 people playing this game. And, like, nobody was really going through these doors. So it all still seemed very locked off. Like, it was clear that, yeah, there's probably stuff behind these doors. You could probably get there eventually. But there weren't all these people running around. People running around in Souls games is one of my favorite things about them. But it was cool to just sort of be alone in here. But I like that it's already filled with NPCs, very similar to the Nexus and Demon Souls. They all have their quest lines. And even down here, like, you can jump down here, you can see bloodstains. There's an invasion there. It's the one place in the hold that you can fight. There's these paintings of Godfrey. I believe that's Radigan. And then the Erd Tree, Fia. Like, there's so much here. And this was added in the latest patch. This is for the Colosseums. We haven't discovered any Colosseums, so it's not going to do anything. We've got Gideon, we've got Dialos, and of course the blacksmith, right? So there's just so much here. We also have the deathbed companion Fia here. We have the mirror that allows us to alter our appearance at any time, which is, again, very cool. So there's just a lot here. And I like that it's not available at the start of the game. You have to be brought here. So it adds to the story and the lore of the game and the world of the game, but it also doesn't overwhelm you. Because if you think about it, the game has taught you so many systems in the opening hours of the game. I mean, I've been streaming this for, what, like 2.5, 3 hours? And, like, we've just arrived at Round Table Hold. Round Table Hold is not accessible until you either finish Stormveil Castle. It's actually a specific site of grace past the castle. It's the one outside. You can get there. You could just skip. You could skip Stormveil Castle, which I'll talk about in a second. But if you rest at that site of grace, no matter how long you've been playing, you will be brought to the hold. Otherwise, I think it's like 12 sites of grace you have to activate. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 maybe. It's somewhere in there. The sites of grace you activate on that 13th one or 12th one, you get brought in. But yeah, it's just really cool. And I think it's a very well-designed hub. People are in very good locations. Each of the rooms is decorated well. I mean, this is a blacksmith's room. There's armor and weapons all over the place. Hugh is chained here. Like, He's got a story. Roderica sits right across from him, cares for him. It's just a very, very well-designed hub. And as you continue to play the game, more doors open. I mean, the fucking 2 fingers are back here. Really cool. I love Roundtable Hold. It's a huge reason that I love this game. It feels great to come back to all the time. The music just really sets the mood. And just like the Nexus in Demon Souls, and just like Firelink Shrine in 1 and 3, and Majula in 2, it is constantly populating with NPCs. And NPCs come and go, like in Dark Souls 1. Like, they're not stuck here. They have their own adventures. You have Scribe Korheen here, the miracle vendor. Like, they go... Korheen has one of the longest quests in the game, searching for the gold mask. Like, everybody here is just on their own journey. And, like, it's really just Hugh and Roderica that stay, and Gideon. Like, they're really the only ones that stay. Everybody else leaves. And I think that's really, really cool. So... back to the adventure. It's enough loving of this. Mark, what about Final Fantasy X-2's airship? Terrible. All right. So at this shack, this is the War Master's shack, we can speak with Bernal, and Bernal will sell us Ashes of War. So he'll sell us various Ashes of War. Many of these you can just get in the world. I don't know if he sells any unique ones, but in any event, he is a vendor. And he talks about being a noble knight, and then eventually he does turn to Volcano Manor, but he comes back around eventually. So the cool thing about this, I'm not sure if I can activate this now, but the cool thing about this is if we rest until nightfall, and then rest again, Bernal should disappear, but you may have to do something to make this happen the first time. Okay, yeah. I don't think this happens this early in the game, but you can get bell-bearing knights to appear in the game. Not exactly sure the initial conditions to make that work, but it can happen. All right, so continuing past the shack, let's get back on the road here. We will eventually come across another NPC that calls out to us. So if you notice, that knight, that big knight, oh, these dogs, specifically I want to talk about these dogs. So that knight was surrounded by dogs. That means that you can't sneak up on them because the dogs will smell you. These dogs are Irish wolfhounds. Irish wolfhounds? I'm almost positive they're Irish wolfhounds. Elden Ring is supposed to have like a lot of Celtic lore baked in. It's like where a lot of this, the mystery, Jesus Christ. A lot of the mythology comes from. And so, these being Irish wolfhounds kind of adds to that. It adds to that world building. Oh, booby trap. You think the DLC will open more doors in Roundtable Hold? That's a good theory. That's possible. I think Godwin was deliberately picked to be killed. I need to think about that. So I think the yes or no question, I think the yes or no answer depends on why he was picked. Like, I think that's the question you're asking is, like, why was he picked? So Godwin became friends with the dragons, right? Like, he was the one that became friends with the dragons? Am I correct in remembering that? He fought, like, when they fought, he became friends with Fortisax? So why was he picked to be killed? Was he the gentlest? Like, because if I recall, there's a finger reader in, there's a finger reader down in Deeper Depths. She says, like, my poor Godwin or something like that. Is it maybe because he was perceived to be the weakest? Or maybe it was because he was on his own. Like, him and Godfrey may have had a falling out because he befriended the dragons. So maybe Ronnie knew that he was isolated. I don't think I ever thought about that. That's a really, really good question. It could be the isolation. Anyway, as we travel down this path, we're going to get called out to. And again, using the directional audio, we know it's coming from the right. So, if we come up here, we'll find the best NPC in the world, Alexander.
Oh, I am these.
So,
I just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all.
Alexander asks for help. We need to pop him out. And there we go. Oh, God. These are the worst enemies in the entire damn game. You think he was supposed to be Ronnie's Elden Lord? Like they were supposed to be together? Alright, so talking to Alexander, he gives us Exalted Flesh, he thanks us, and he tells us that he's going to go to the Caelid Wilds to Redmane Castle because there's a festival that celebrates battle there. So again, it's giving us a direction to go. And one of the beautiful things... no, that's Mikola is in the egg. One of the beautiful things about this game is that there is no quest tracker. There is no quest tracker in Elden Ring. Unlike other games, you just have to remember things. You've got to write them down. And some people complain about this. I think it's somewhat valid that there's nothing, that there's no quest tracker at all. I think that is somewhat of a valid complaint. However, I think what that does is it, again, keeps you immersed in the world. Just like the compass, there's nothing on the screen. Nothing gets added to the screen in this game. There's health, there's mana, there's the compass, and there's your equipment. And unless you use, like... Is there even a HUD? There is an always-on HUD. I personally don't like this, because I like to keep the screen very clean. I'm almost positive by default it's on auto, which I think it is. Settings carry over from character to character, so I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost positive it's always on auto, or it's default auto. And so with no quest tracker on the side of the screen, it just keeps you in the world. Yes, it is difficult to keep track of. Yes, maybe they could put it in... Tanisha DeVoe! How are you? So good to see you. Maybe they could put it in a menu at some point, because there are crazy quests in this game. But I like that there's no quest tracker in this game. I think it's a benefit. I really do. Yeah, the journal thugs, I agree. Maybe put it in a menu somewhere. But again, like I like that it kind of forces you to remember things. Like, I don't like checklists so much in games. I like discovering things, and I think Elden Ring has that sense of discovery in spades. Like when you do the quest line later for Ronnie, and Blythe tells you that he's going to find Nokron, and so you should visit him. You know, there's a well in the Mistwood. I'll be there. And so, like, you just got to go find Blythe. Like, you've got to find that well. You've got to find Blythe. And so, I feel like with a quest tracker, it would sort of take away from that sense of discovery and that sense of wonder, because it would constantly give you something to do. Whereas Elden Ring, as it is now, you're just doing it. Like, you're just naturally going through the game as an adventurer would. You know, yes, an adventurer would have a notebook. No joke. But I don't know. I think it's a nice way of doing it. I really like the way Uncharted does notes, where it's an actual handwritten notebook with drawings and everything, and they're real notes. You know, it's not a checklist for the most part. Maybe if they can incorporate something like that, that'd be cool. Tanisha, everything's great over here. Everything's great. Okay, so we found Alexander. We're going to continue along this path, and we find another side of grace along with a Pumpkinhead, who, Pumpkinheads are blind, so they can't always see you. L.A. Noire is a fantastic example of a game that does that. Fantastic example. I really love L.A. Noire. Actually, I think the first video on this channel is a review of L.A. Noire. Actually, it might be the second video. I think the first video is a review of Super Luigi U. Okay, so heading along this path, we find a smithing stone. And then we find yet another vendor. And you can always hear them playing this instrument.
Oh, gee. Are you here as a customer?
So this guy has a crack pot, always useful. Magic Warriors Cookbook 3, which teaches us poison. And then flame chariots. So the flame chariot hint is basically stab the gas tank. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Oh, I must apologize.
All right, so along this path, we're going to meet another NPC. And again, his back is turned to us. NPCs in this game are generally have friendly dispositions. However, as we come through this graveyard, we notice things kind of come alive. So, this is our introduction to undead enemies. When we kill undead enemies, we get this ichor that comes out of them. And so, in Elden Ring, you need to stab the ichor. That is kind of new. That prevents them from coming back to life. And we get some more. Oh god, how did that happen? Okay. So we have a new NPC here. A man looking over a body.
Is there? Death has left its mark once again.
And this appears, let's take out the telescope here.
I'm sorry. I cannot give you your proper rights. But at least you did not join those who live in death. Your soul will return to the Erd Tree in time. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver this spirit.
So he's caressing a head in his armor. He's got a cool sword made of 2 different alloys. And I was curious if this was like a finger maiden, but it just appears to be a regular person. Anyway, if we speak to this person, he says, "My name is D, hunter of those who live in death."
The village here has been touched.
He says, "The village here has been touched by death. Turn back."
The village here turned back.
And so this is the village he's referring to. And we can see a side of grace in the distance because they are given priority in the draw distance. We learn much later on that his name is Darian, and he has a brother. A twin brother. So, as we approach this site of grace, we can see a very, very interesting enemy. It's a purple thing on a boat. let's rest real quick. You can't summon Darian, can you? There is no summon here, right? No, not this one. He can be summoned to fight the one in Liurnia. Alright. So, summon Water Village. We've got this crazy thing on a boat, clearly undead of some sort, and he disappeared. So he's got some teleport magique. And he starts playing the fucking oboe here, the oboe bone. And as he does that, he's summoning enemies. But he can hang 10. He's totally bodacious. And when he hangs 10, he can actually end up killing the things that he summons. So he's got no real allegiances. And what's really funny is that these Tibia Mariners typically do appear in water, but there's a couple that appear in like shallow, like small bodies of water. And then what can end up happening is they end up teleporting to land and end up like rowing their boat on land. It's kind of funny. Alright, so when he does this, he's going to revive anything that died. He's also going to do a big splash. Teleport again. Where did the bodacious one go? He's over here now. Summoning more. Throw hang 10 for me real quick. Thanks so much. Yeah, this boss I don't mind being reused either. He's like so cool. And they serve a lore purpose. Oh my god. Forgot about that move. Bro, he's so bodacious. He's so bodacious. Hanging 10 on the Rip Pearl over here. Alright, time to go. Bro, I guarantee you I can walk down Venice Boulevard right now and see 4 dudes that look like him. Alright, so he grants a Death Root and Skeletal Militiaman Ashes. And if we turn around, we notice that Darian has moved. So if we read the description on the Death Root, it says a source that gives rise to those who live in death. The Beast Clergyman, found at Bestial Sanctum in the distant east, collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen Rune of Death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the Rune of Death spread across the lands between, through the underground roots of the Great Tree, sprouting in the form of Death Root. Speak with Darian.
How would you if you're inclined?
And then he tells you about the Beast Clergyman. And if we agree, he says, show me your map. I'll lead you to Garank, the Beast Clergyman, and we are told that a red mark now appears on the map, which is right here. So, traditionally in Souls games, they don't really... There's no map. This is really the first game with a real map. Sekiro has a decorative map that's like kind of hidden in a menu. I didn't know about it until like the end of the game. But NPCs can mark your map now. So very helpful. All right, let's go over there. Go in that direction. However, this is a ruin, which means that there is treasure here. So we see turtles. Hello, turtles. And if we take that stone sword key that we got near Roderica, we are able to remove this fog barrier and get the treasure inside. Hello, dogs. Oh, Sekiro is so good. Yes, the red mark was on the map. 100%. You have to talk to D, though, to get it. But it was on the map. The only thing that wasn't on the map were the NPC locations. These things. These little markers were not on the map. But yes, in 1.0, D would mark your map. Alright, so if we continue along the path, this will lead us into Caelid. And so one of the really nice things, I think at least, is that the game once again tells you, yo, don't come here yet. And the way it tells you that is before you can even reach this church, you are forced to dismount. And you're like, yo, what's going on? There is no blue marker. The music changes. The church is clearly on fire. It's called the Smoldering Church. It's in the damn name, and you get invaded for the first time. So let's touch the grace to activate it. We won't be able to rest at it. But we get invaded by Anastasia, the Tarnished Eater. Anastasia, the Tarnished Eater, is a mad lass. However, we've upgraded our sword a couple times, so we can deal with her if we'd like. She deals tons of damage. She's got this funny-looking weapon art. Why wasn't that a backstab? Yeah, the message is definitely don't come here. But it looks so interesting that you're like, yeah, but like, why? Why though? I dig it. All right. So clearly, not a smart play. Don't come here. Oh, shit. I'm gonna run away. The trap chest. The trap chest is right. Oh! I didn't know that would happen. Okay, well, at least I have magic. Why is it not backstab? What's happening? So the interesting thing about Anastasia is that if you played a lot of these games, you'll notice that she's using a very similar weapon to Maneater Mildred from Dark Souls. Or, wow, double KO. She's using a very similar weapon and setup to Maneater Mildred from Dark Souls. And that's Executioner Meralda in Demon Souls. So there's always like a female with a giant sword that invades in Souls games. All right. Whoops. Okay. So, if you had purchased the hint about if you had purchased the hint about the Flask of Wondrous Physic, it would tell you to seek out a church in the east of Limgrave. And so this is that church. Hey, Spirit Springs. So here's a tooltip for Spirit Springs. Actually, I want to do this a little bit different. So there's an item over here. I guess I don't really need to do this, but on this, on a corpse in this cemetery, there's an important cookbook. Teaches you how to make sleep pots. Is it not here? I could have sworn it was here. Oh, it's on that one. I'm definitely going to die doing this. No way I survived this. Wow, okay. I'll take it. Alright, so in this cemetery, there's this corpse holding the cookbook that teaches you how to make sleep pots. It's Fevre's cookbook. And now we can continue. Now we can continue to that church. To the church. Interestingly enough, Kenneth Haight is on this ruin. Beckons over to us. Or beckons us over to him. One of the few NPCs that moves. So, if we agree to enter his service, he will tell us that his castle to the south has been taken over by demi-humans. He also talks shit about Godric, which I like.
What are you waiting for? My fort.
Says that he's not really fit to be a demigod. He's like one of the, sort of like the bastard children. I think he's like the last in the bloodline, so the blood was weak or something like that. Which I think is just so savage. Kenneth Haight knows his shit, you know? Alright, so this church over here is the Flask of Wondrous Physic, as well as the first sacred tier. The third Church of America. Sacred tier. And the Flask of Wondrous Physic. Melina always has something to say about the Churches of America. All right. All right. Admittedly, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm going to talk about a couple more things, then probably end the stream. But... all right. So... we are near the red mark, so let's go find that. It's very close by. And this can be found naturally, if you like. You don't need to have met D, you don't need to defeat the Tibia Mariner, nothing. You can just find this on your own. So, if we examine this, it will take us to Grail's Dragon Barrow. And clearly there's something waiting over here, so we don't want to approach that. Instead, we want to approach the door. But an average player, including myself, when you first arrive, may be like, yo, where the hell am I? You're over here. So the map gets bigger once again. It gets way bigger once again. And that's what I meant when we started this thing. The map is a discovery tool, and it keeps the sense of wonder alive throughout the entire game. As you find new places and find new map fragments, the map gets bigger. It is... I don't know another game that does it like this. Like, I truly don't, where the map itself just gets bigger. Generally, most games will have the whole map covered in clouds, and then as you walk around and find things throughout the game, it uncovers the clouds. I've never seen a game where the map itself gets bigger. So, crazy. Anyway, we can open this door. Open the door. Hello. To the Bestial Sanctum. The first teleporter, the first chest was definitely the trap chest. The one in Agia Lake. It was definitely the first one. So this is the person D Hunter of the Dead was telling us about. This is Garank. If we give him a death root, he gives us the claw mark seal as well as the beast eye, and the beast eye quivers whenever death root is near. All right, so I'm not even going to attempt to fight the gargoyle. Blackblade Kindred, not even going to attempt it. But there's actually a map stele nearby, as well as a golden seed, in case you want. But that's that. So, if we were to attempt to find D again, so if we went to Summonwater Village, he wouldn't be there. And this is one of the things that I love. NPCs move around in this game. And D Hunter of the Dead is really the first one that you notice that does it, because he told us to go find Garank, and then he bounces. So, if we go back to the Table of Lost Grace, we will find D Hunter of the Dead there, sitting in one of the chairs. And he says, hey, did you meet Garank? Blah, 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 blah. Now we're comrades in arms. You can ask him about him, and so on and so forth. He sells you a couple incantations, Litany of Proper Death, of course, and the Order's Blade. So he is very much aligned with the Erd Tree and the Erd Tree's values. Okay. So, I think one of the last things I'll do in talking about like Game of the Year is the true sense of wonder in this game. And so to kick this off, what we're going to do is we're going to roll down here and... Actually, no. The first thing I think I got trapped by might have been Patches. Patches' chest might have been the first thing I got tricked by. It was either that or the one that goes to Celia Crystal Tunnels in Agia Lake. Anyway. This right here, this is a really cool mechanic. This is a candelabra, and if you were to interact with this candelabra, a ghost would lead you to a catacomb. It's always a catacomb, never a cave. I'm saying that, and I don't know if that's true. I can't remember if the one in Lake of Aeonia is a catacomb. I think it is. But the ghost will always lead you to the catacomb, and the way you know if you've interacted with it is that the candles will go out after you've defeated the boss of the dungeon. Kind of cool. That's not the real reason we're here. I'm going to avoid that bear. The real reason we're here is, one, this. The other map of Limgrave, which, again, just blows Limgrave up again. Crazy. Also gives you a tiny bit of Caelid, which is nice. Tells you there's more to see. But we're going to continue along this path. And then as we approach a ruin over here, you start to hear howling. And if you try to look in the direction of the howling, you'll notice that someone is up here on top of the Mistwood ruins. Now, can't really do much about that. But having heard it, that will create another NPC interaction that we'll get to. Let's visit this vendor really quick.
Well, are you please? I'm hungry.
I didn't mean to aggro these demi-humans, but it is what it is. Why are there so many of you? Alright. What? Who are you? Alright. Cool. So over here, we have a ghost looking up at this castle. The ghost says, the demi-humans wax wroth, now their mother's been taken. Where are you, Lord Kenneth? The night bedeviled by blood. What does wax wrought mean? Wax. Cover or treat with a wax? No. Make a recording of. Make a recording of. Record beating? I don't know. Wax wrought. Anyway, Site of Grace. Yeah, it's only a quarter of the map. Not even. Alright, isn't there a... The golden seed's by the door. Alright, so as we come up here, we're going to get shot at by ballista. So somebody's operating a ballista up in this castle, up in this piece. So let's go around. Oh, we can't go around there. Maybe we can go around here. The answer is no, so we kind of just got to take it and do our best to avoid it. Great. So as we get here, we notice that things are kind of underway here. This is a heavily fortified encampment, so we need to do our best to get through. Need to be very mindful of this guy. Shit, Jesus. Fuck! Alright. Let's be cheeky. I love how if you hit him in the helmet, it does no damage. I love that. I was going to try to lead him into the ballista, but it's fine. Alright. Alright, let's continue. There is a very specific reason that I'm choosing to actually do this fort. And that's because of the prize. Alright. Welcome to Fort Height. Overrun by rats. Rats don't like fire. Beasts in general don't like fire. Sort of overrun by Godric's minions. Godric's just up to no good all the damn time, you know? Dramatic Warriors Cookbook 6. And then you see the guys chucking bombs at us. You see the guy operating the ballista. Take care of him. You You could break the ballista entirely if you want. But then, up here, we see this guy, who has wild blood abilities. This is the Knight of Blood that the ghost was referring to. I might be dead. This is sort of your first taste of blood magic, which is new to Elden Ring. Blood magic really has never been a thing. I guess maybe you could argue kind of a thing in Bloodborne, but not to this extent. We get Ash of War Bloody Slash, which is our first blood ability. That's not the real prize here. The real prize is where the light is telling us to go. And that's up here. And this item here is really what, like, set off, for the first time in Elden Ring, my sense of wonder in terms of, like, what is out there. We get half of the Dectus medallion, the left side. And if we go to the key items, join medallions to operate the Grand Lift of Dectus. Left half of a split medallion depicting the Erd Tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus, connecting the Altus Plateau to Liurnia. The right half is said to reside in Fort Faroth in the Dragon Barrow, far to the east. So, because we have access to the Dragon Barrow via Gerank's house, via the Bestial Sanctum, we could try to go get it. However, we have no idea at this point in the game where Liurnia is, where the Grand Lift of Rold is. We have no idea. But we have half of the key to get it. It'll be a long time before you get the second half, unless you know exactly where it is and unless you rush to go get it. But up here, like, you can see Fort Faroth. It's right there. It's within reach, right? Like, you can see it. And again, you can see the end of the game right here. You can see two divine towers. This is Castle Redmane. I believe that's Castle Redmane over there. But Fort Faroth is over here. It's to the east. It's right here. Is that... I'm almost positive it's Fort Faroth. No, maybe that's this one. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that's not Fort Faroth. Okay, I'm a little disappointed. That's Redmane Castle. Maybe that is Fort Faroth. No, Fort Faroth's got to be somewhere up here. Well, anyway, it's a fort. Kind of gives you an idea, but seriously, the Dectus Medallion is really what kind of set me off in terms of, like, yo, what is in this world? Like, what is possible here? What the hell is the Grand Lift of Rold? Because if you remember, in the network test, all you had access to was Western Liurnia. Sorry, Western Limgrave and Stormvale Castle. But only the intro to Stormvale Castle. You couldn't go very far. So, the rest of the world was unknown. Now, yes, I have a jailbroken PlayStation 4 Pro, and I played the network test a lot. And I got out of bounds in the network test, and I kept doing more. This was a demi-human queen here. And I kept doing more. And so I went out of bounds, but I never found Liurnia of the Lakes. Like, that was not a thing. The game had a hard cutoff after Stormvale Castle. You couldn't get past it. But I desperately wanted to know what was beyond Stormvale Castle. I desperately wanted to know what else was in this world. And, you know, I found out eventually, you know, by playing the retail game, but it was just a big thing of, like, you know, what could possibly be in this world? What else could there possibly be here? And hearing about a grand lift in a place called Liurnia that would connect me to Lane Dell, whatever the hell that was like, yo, like, this is incredible. This is an incredible game here. Where did I reach out of bounds? So you could turn off the message that prevented you from climbing the ladder in Stormvale Castle, so you can explore the rest of the castle. Godric was not implemented. His head was there, the one that oh my god, the gimp guy. He's stomping his head at the end. I forget his name. Godric's head was in that room. Then you could disable the door and get into, like, his throne room. But then, like, as soon as... Gostock. Yes, you're correct. Gostock. Thank you. But then as soon as you, like, climb the stairs to what would become Liurnia, you would fall through the world. There was nothing there. You couldn't even see it. It was just white and then death. And you couldn't get to the Divine Tower either. Like, you could remove that. It was just bricked up. That wall was bricked up. But you could remove the bricks, and then you would just walk and die. You couldn't see the Divine Tower. And then you could come over here. You can come to this side of Limgrave. However, there was no collision on the floor, so you would have to literally ride the rocks. Like, you would just have to keep riding the rocks. I recommend... there's a YouTube channel by a woman named Allison by Proxy. And Allison by Proxy was, like, uploading crazy out of bounds stuff. She was finding so much so fast. And I actually got in touch with her, and she, like, helped me out in terms of setting it up. But she has a ton of out of bounds content. Highly recommend you check out her channel. Allison by Proxy. ALLISONBYPROXY. Yeah. So, the final thing that I want to do before we end this is kind of get started on Blythe's questline. So we heard the howling in the Mistwood, and we know that it's Blythe the half-wolf. This is kind of why I don't like these labels, because it, like, reveals things unnecessarily, you know? But if we go to Kale, we can learn about the howling in the woods, because he knows everything. And he will teach us the finger snap emote.
You're back. I suppose. Next time, don't fret yourself.
Alright, so we get the finger snap, and he tells us don't worry about him. He's friendly. Go ahead. Snap your fingers. Daniel, on my channel, actually, I do have a playthrough of Out of Bounds. In Stormvale, at least. I didn't do much else. In that video, at least. I did plenty, but I didn't want to, I don't know, risk getting on a naughty list. But I did go out of bounds within Stormvale. So it's cool to check out. I mean, having played the full game, you'll have seen everything, but it's interesting to see how things change a little bit. Alright. So... if we snap our fingers right here, Blythe will jump down. Hello.
Carly sent you.
Right.
The name's Blood. He fled somewhere. Come tell me if I can offer you.
So, he's looking for somebody named Darwill, because he needs to bring him to a fitting end. Darwill is located within this Ever jail here, which I just know because I know. However, we can go over there. Actually, I think we gotta take the long way. Yeah. We're gonna take the long way. Oh, good. So Darwill is in an Ever jail. But if we speak with Blythe, Blythe will actually help us out. Man, this game is, pardon the language, fucking beautiful. Just gorgeous. Gorgeous! Gorgeous! Bleeding gorgeous. So within the, I'm not sure if everybody knows this, but within those carts that the trolls are dragging, are body parts for Godric to graft, which is pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly, if you ask me. I'm gonna do something that I haven't done before. All right, let's do Blythe. Right, let's do that. And then I recently AVerMedia uploaded a video talking about how you can summon Yura. Tanisha, did I get any gifts? I mean, sort of. I got some cute gifts from my niece and nephew. You know, some kid gifts. My sister got me a little DDR machine. It's like a desk-sized DDR machine. It's pretty cool. Just has a couple songs on it. Put it on my desk at work. What else did I get? Got some money. That was really it. My gift to myself was going back to New York for the holidays. I, went and saw family for like a week and a half, so I was really happy to do that. I just got home last night. Tanisha, what console do you play on? All right, so the thing that I wanted to show off is if you enter this Everjail, and if you have spoken to Blythe, you can summon him for the fight. This only happens if you've spoken to Blythe before killing Darrowil.
Darrowil, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No. This is where it ends for you.
You ever just completely overwhelm a boss with magic? Tanisha, if you were on PC, I would just gift it to you on Steam. Actually, hang on. Tanisha, do you have PayPal?
How to work for him, say I'm not.
All right. So,
oh, yeah. If you venture, tell him I simply be sure to.
This is your first indication that, like, you should head to a place called Liurnia.
That's enough just time we parted.
And so, like, to the north, he tells you about a blacksmith. Like, he's just telling you, like, the world is a lot bigger than you think. And so if you reach that blacksmith, tell him I sent you. Like, just cool shit like that is just so good in this game. So good in this game. Daniel, you are the one that told me to check this Everjail in a stream. I think you're the one who told me to check this Everjail, like, late in the game. I had no idea about that interaction. No idea. So anyway, that's it for Blythe for now. One thing that I want to check. So there is one big thing that I want to cover finally. But the thing that I wanted to try that Vadi was telling him... the thing that Vadi was talking about in his video was that you can summon Bloody Finger Hunter Yura for the Ag Heal fight. So if you speak with Yura, he warns you not to venture into the lake because of Agheel. However, if you then die to Agheel, he will help you. This is my favorite voice in the game, by the way. This voice actor, I don't know his name. Incredible job. Okay, so that's Yura. I'm going to upgrade my weapon, Unomat. I think I have enough shards to do it.
Wait, well, you're back. Ah, wonderful. He's boorish, blunt.
Oops.
Goodbye.
Cool. All right. So let's go. Let me level up really quick. And then we'll go die to Agheel, and then I don't know where the summon sign is, but we're going to find it. Excuse me. I really want to see this. I want to see how Yura stacks up against Agheel. Alright, so this is really another moment of, like, what the fuck kind of discovery. Is as you approach this effigy, a fucking dragon shows up, baby! How did that miss me? Okay. So now if we talk to Yura again, he will acknowledge that we've died. Although I'm wondering if just running away. Like, maybe we just run away if that would work. I don't know. Speak with him again.
Don't be a fool.
Was Vadi mistaken?
Don't be a fool. Turn back before it's too late.
Do I have to approach him from this angle? Sean Dooley. Yo, shout out. Sean Dooley.
The Dragonburnt Ruins.
These had a different name in the network test. These ruins. Fire giant. Wow, what a range. King Foltest. Oh shit, that's sick. Oh, John, thanks. I never knew that. Very cool. I recognize who that is. I never knew that, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, Willem, 100% Willem vibes, yes. I thought the same thing. That voice, I love gravelly voice actors.
You bloody
there we go.
half-wit. Picking a fight with a dragon. Well, I can tell you want to see it through. Seems I'm forever crossing paths with hotheads like you. I can tell you want to see fools. I can tell you fools will be fools.
So the reason he's Shabriri is because Shabriri uses Yura's corpse. Shabriri possesses Yura's corpse. Where is the summon sign now? Trying to listen for the sound. Where would the summon sign be? I'm much the same, John. I have a real ear for voice actors, especially in TV commercials. Like, I can tell, like, I can always tell. Where is the summon sign?
I can tell you fools.
Really hope it's like not in these ruins. That would be whack. Just because they're so full of enemies. Oh, is he under that ruin? Oh no, I heard it. I heard it. I heard it. There he is. Yura, Hunter of the Bloody Fingers. Oh, but this means you can't mount. Oh, this sounds fucking terrible. This sounds terrible. Why would you want to do this? Can't mount more HP? This sounds like an awful experience. Wow. We gotta stop fighting on this ruin. killing me. I'm fucking toast. What is this fool doing? Get over here. Really? I'm a caster. What is wrong with me? Why did I target? I don't know why I targeted. Doing this without the mount is rough. Yeah, like you can't get away from it without a mount. Oh, I thought Yura died. There's a bug. Oh god. Shit. I'm toast. You're a go get her. Come on, what are you following me for, bro? Hey! Way to go, you're a hunter of bloody fingers. I did all the work. Alright. Whew. That's cool. I really never knew that could happen. I didn't actually find Yura there until like way later, like second or third playthrough, because Yura was always in the river in the playtest, because I don't think this section was accessible in the playtest. All right, so this is also how you like kind of naturally find out about the Cathedral of Dragon Communion.
That you've so impressively the heart. If you should find it and seek the.
So he tells you about it. All right. So the final thing that I want to talk about with respect to why this game is my game of the year, and this will be the last thing we do. Well, second to last. There's one small thing that I will say after this. Hey, Abel, what do you need help with? But the final thing is discovering Schiefer River. I like get teary-eyed thinking about this. So, playing the network test, even like using a jailbroken PS4 and like getting out of bounds and like seeing more than what was intended, you really didn't see much out of bounds. Like, nothing was loaded. The distant, getting past the rampart, I need you to be more specific, please. Getting past, getting out of bounds, you could see things like drawn in the distance. Like, you could see buildings, you could see churches, but when you would approach them, they would disappear because the hard assets were not available. Abel, which castle, man? Stormville Castle? But when you approach them, you can't, like, nothing would be there. They would just disappear because the hard assets were not available. So once the full game came out and you were able to actually access Eastern Limgrave, and by proxy Caelid, like, the sense of wonder really started to build up for me. And so I was like, damn, like, what's over there? And then finding this building here in the Misty Woods, Schiefer Riverwell. Like, what is that, right? I had to look up what language Schiefer was to find out that it was, I think, Gaelic. Figuring out how to pronounce it. Like, I love stuff like that. I love trying to figure those things out. And then as you go down the well, if you look out, you see these grates. And this isn't something I discovered until later, but right here, that's Nokron. What you pass is Nokron. And you go below that lake, so you get even further down. And then you end up here. Some starry cave with literal stars in the sky. And then the music gets weird. And the elevator keeps going. And now you're underground. And you're not in a cave. Like, you're not in a sub-dungeon cave. You are in a completely new area. And the map no longer works. Granted, you'll find a map fragment eventually. But you're not in Kansas anymore. And R3 on the bottom says show above ground. Flips, now it says show underground. This was... So, like I said, I was playing this game, I think like 10 days before it came out is when I got it. I was very much alone in playing this game. And, like, me and a good friend of mine, like, he's a streamer. I create YouTube content. I create guides. My whole thing is releasing videos before a game comes out is pointless to me. I don't do it. I don't care because they're not designed for that. I'm not here to, like, upload a movie of all of the cutscenes. Like, that's not my kind of channel. I'm here to create helpful content. And Abel, I'll get to you in a few minutes. I will help you. But, like, so playing this game alone early, I was kind of left very much alone playing this game. And I understand this is a very unique experience to me and, like, probably like the 100, 200 people in the world that had the game at that time. And so coming down here and exploring this area and just being like, what the fuck is happening? Like, where the fuck am I? And what is happening? And, like, what are all these symbols? What are these ruins? Why are these people made out of rocks? Why are there spirits here? Why is the sky stars if I'm underground? Why is there a castle up there? Like, where am I? And I had no one to talk to about it. And, like, that sounds lonely, and it kind of is, but it makes the sense of discovery so much richer when the Wikipedia is not available, when the Fextra Life is not available, when you truly just have to play this game on your own with no access to any information other than maybe reaching out to a reviewer that you know and asking, hey, did you do this? Like, did you find this? Did you find this? Did you find that? I was talking to a reviewer and being like, yo, what the hell is Ronnie's quest line? Like, I got to Three Sisters, it's empty. And he was like, oh, there are NPCs there for me. And I was like, well, shit. Like, what does that mean? Like, is my game bugged? No, I just got there early. Like, so many things were just, like, it was unique. And what it reminded me so much of was Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 came out a full month in Japan early. It came out a full month early in Japan compared to the West. Now, it being on PlayStation Network, you could just buy a yen card, create a Japanese PlayStation account, and play the game. That's what me and a friend did. And so we played that game in Japanese. All the voices were in English, and the menus were easy enough to figure out. And Google Translate on my phone helped a lot, being able to like take a picture of something and translate it. But we were alone in playing that. The wiki was not ready yet, and like people were creating entries, and you know, it helped, and I was helping create entries too, although they got deleted and rewritten by somebody else with my info. That's why I don't like Extra Life. But yeah, so like it reminded me of Dark Souls 3 and just being alone, and it really builds, and it builds and it builds and it builds, and it immerses you even further into these games when you play them with no assistance. And I realize I'm a guide maker. I'm the one making a walkthrough. I'm the one making the content to assist people. However, the reason that I don't market my videos, and the reason that I don't like title my videos in certain ways, and the reason why like when I do a boss guide and I don't show exactly how to get to the boss, is because to me, you should be looking up help, or not should, but I look up help when I get to something and I can't beat it on my own. So when I make a boss guide, all I'm going to show you is how to beat that boss. Yeah, I'll show you where it is on the map, but I'm not going to show you every single step of how to get there, because I don't want to take away your sense of discovery. I want you to discover things on your own, and then if you need help, come to me. And so having to do that like completely on my own, and not even be able to talk to the friend who lived 10 minutes away from me, who also had access to the game, but was saving it for launch for his stream, I remember coming down here to Shifa River and sending him a message and being like, my brain has split. Like, I don't understand what this game is anymore. And it felt like discovering the twist of Bloodborne. Like, after defeating Rom the Vacuous Spider, and, like, the world being different. Not as drastic, but still that moment of, oh, there is so much more to this game than what they have shown. And it was the moment that I was like really hoping existed, but I was worried that it wouldn't because of how similar Elden Ring felt to Dark Souls 3, gameplay-wise. Everything felt the same in the network test. Like, yeah, you had weapon arts, you had blood spells, you had gravity spells, like, things were new. There were new things. But it didn't feel like it had the room or the... I don't know, like, not the confidence, but it didn't feel like it would have the reason to have that big twist. Like, Dark Souls 3's twist is like, you know, the world gets set on fire, kind of. Like, nothing crazy. But discovering Shifa River was the holy shit moment of Elden Ring for me. And there were so many other moments like that. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to load up my regular save file and kind of show them. So let's go to Noodles. Noodles is my first character. So again, like the map, it's it's insane. Like, oh, I don't have everything unlocked on this because this is a New Game Plus 6 save, I think. We'll go to guide. John, the map is absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. So the moment of defeating Radahn, right? The moment of defeating Radahn and the cutscene playing and the star falling out of the sky and crashing into Limgrave. And then, speaking with Blythe, who is standing here and telling you it's time to go to where the star bit the earth. And then you go over to Limgrave and it fucking looks like this. Like, you warp to the general direction, everything looks fine, you look to the left, and the fucking rocks are in midair. And then the world is torn asunder. Like, what game is doing that? What game is doing this? Like, the game absolutely turns upside down, and the beauty of it, the absolute beauty of it, is that it's missable. It is completely missable. You do not have to kill Radahn. You do not have to kill Radahn by any means. He's a completely optional fight. Yeah, plenty of NPCs talk about him. The Guidance of Grace does tend to push you into this direction, but you, under no circumstances, have to beat him. In fact, there are conditions to even challenge him. The Radahn Festival has to be active. I can't even remember what the requirements for that are. But it has to be active. Otherwise, it won't work. Maybe it's kill 2 demigods. Otherwise, you can't get to him. And pre-patch, pre-1.02 or 1.01, he was fucking impossible. He was so hard. And they patched him to make him easier, which is fine. He needed it. But I feel vindicated in the fact that I killed him in 1.0. And now you get access to all of this. And if we go... Is it Nokron Eternal City? And like I said, like when you're going down that elevator into Shifa River... Yeah, this is it. When you're going down that elevator into Shifa River... And then you come down here to Nokron, this like fabled City of Darkness and City of Stars. And you finally gain access here. This is the elevator from Shifa River. Look, we are directly above the Shifa River well. This is the elevator. Like, the world just builds on itself, and it keeps building and building and building. And it never stops until the end of the game. One of the other moments of this game, for me, was also in Nokron, a little less impactful, being totally honest. A little less impactful. John, you're absolutely right. That was the last trophy I needed, was for the legendary weapons. I didn't know that of those 2 bosses because the first time I went there, the Radahn Festival was active. So finding, like, you see this Acropolis the entire time you are playing this game, and as soon as you enter Shifa River, you see this Acropolis on the hill. And when you go to 4 Belfries, right? Like, you go to 4 Belfries, which is up here? You go to 4 Belfries, and while there, you get a choice, right? You get a choice of where to use that first key. And then eventually you find the other imbued sword keys. But that first key, you get a choice. Night Sky Unceasing. Each one of them are riddles. This is not the first one I went to, but even then, when you come over here and you choose to use a key on the Night Sky Unceasing riddle, you show up back in Nokron, like, holy shit, and then you get this fucking view. And you're like, yo, where? Oh my god, I'm above Shifa River. I've been there the whole time. And then for whatever reason, there's a Crucible Knight. But even then, again, in the distance, you get even closer to this Acropolis that's just like so out of reach, but so close. And then every time you warp here, you seem to get closer and closer and closer. I do think that, like, I don't know, I really do wish that, like, you kind of approach it from a different angle, because I didn't follow Varia's questline. I found the teleporter in the snowfield. But, like, you know, when you finally get up there, this was, like, one of the last things I did. When you finally get up there and you finally find Mikola, who's been kidnapped by Mogwin, or Mog, like, and he's maybe having sex with the egg. I don't know. It's real weird. But then, like, you know exactly where you are. Like, you know exactly where you are. You're finally at the edge of the Acropolis that you've been looking at for 100 hours. You finally made it. And something very important to the lore is there. It has a huge payoff, and hopefully we get more of Mikola in the DLC. And then the whole time in the trailer is Melania, right? Like, Melania's in the trailer. She's everywhere. She affects everything. Caelid is scarred red because of her blossom during her stalemate with Radahn. Scarred red. And then one of her knights drags her back to the Haligtree. But when you are in the mountaintops of the giants, if you go to Castle Sol, Castle of the Sun, right? You defeat Commander Nile, a very difficult boss. You come over here, and then you take this elevator up. Mind you, if you were in the Albinauric village, and you found Albus, the Albinauric, who is disguised as a pod, as a chameleon, if you find him, he gives you 1/2 of the Haligtree secret medallion, which again, you know, you have the Dectus medallion, the left half of the Dectus medallion from Fort Height from the beginning of the game. 20 hours later, you find Albus, and he's giving you a completely different medallion. You don't want that medallion, you want the other one, but now you got this other half of a key to something else. When you finally come here, there's a ghost here. It says, Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. You are divine Haligtree. If you look down, there's the fucking Haligtree. It was here. It's there. Like, it is there. And then you use the secret medallion. Where is it? Not even that. Is it this one? Yeah, you can see the tree. Like, the world building is fucking outrageous. So you come here, you make your way through the Haligtree, you think you're in it, right? You think you're in the Haligtree. The music is telling you you're here. But then as you begin to descend, you see all the Aeonian rot, all the scarlet rot around the tree. You defeat Loretta, whose ghost you had defeated in Carian Manor, which we will talk about. And then you begin this descent down into a completely new city. You keep going down, 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 down. And it just gets bigger. It just gets bigger. Of course, there's a chest there for you, but we already got that. And if you've been following along with Homegirl's questline, I forget her name. Forgive me, the girl with one arm. If you've been following along with her questline, you know that she's somehow related to Melania, because weirdo homeboy and Caelid kind of told you he's been weird, laughing, alluding to it the entire time. She ends up being here. And, like, you've been searching the entire time for this final demigod, Melania the Severed, Blade of Mikola, who got into a stalemate with Radahn. Like, you've defeated Radahn. At least he's the husk of Radahn. But here you are. Elfell, Brace of the Haligtree. And this insane horn music starts playing. And you're like, yo, there's another goddamn city here? Are you kidding me? Millicent, you're right. Thank you, John. You're like, yo, there's another fucking city here? Like, what is going on? Like, this game is endless. It's absolutely endless. And then you finally make your way all the way down into Melania's room. Daniel, the whole game is missable. Like, the whole entire game is missable. You finally make your way down here. You spend 3 days like me trying to kill Melania with no spirit ashes, no magic, no summons, no nothing. And then you look up. And if you look closely within the Haligtree, I mean, they show this to you in a cutscene, but it's still cool. If you look up, you can see the face of Mikola. Mikola is the tree. And you can see the egg, where the egg was when Mog stole it. And then you realize when Melania was fighting Radahn, Mog snuck in here and took it. And so Melania feels like a failure. She's lost her brother. And so her chair is situated right here, and she's just looking at him pissed because she doesn't know what happened to her brother. It's like the most heartbreaking story of the whole game. So that was like a huge reason. And again, all of this is missable. All of this has to be put together by the player. You have to think about this shit. And it's, of course, it's open for interpretation. Absolutely, it's open for interpretation. But it's so much. It's so incredible. One of the other things that, like, really blew me away, sincerely blew me away, was, like, the whole mystery of the Moonlight Altar. So, like, very early on, when you finally... Oh, actually, the moment of holy shit in this game was this. So, during the first gameplay reveal, the opening shot was somebody standing on a cliff overlooking this area. And I swear to God, it felt like a moving fucking painting. He was standing right here. This is still my desktop background to this day. Standing right here, no HUD, and then the camera turns and he starts moving. And for you to be able to actually get to this spot and it look exactly like it did during that gameplay demo, it filled me with so much joy. It filled me with so much joy. And from this spot, you can see the Cathedral of Manicelis. However, you can't get here forever. It takes you so long to reach this place. And the village of the Albinaurics is built underneath this cliff. Underneath the cliff it's built. So the entire time that you're in the village of the Albinaurics, you're like, yo, how do I get up to the top of the cliff? I was searching far and wide for how to do it. And I found it just by doing a quest. Like, just by listening to Ronnie. One of the other things that I want to talk about is here in Three Sisters. So, I reached Three Sisters, I think, earlier than, like, the quest was supposed to have me reach it. I don't really know. But all the whole place was empty. And I had never really looked up the conditions. But the whole place was empty, right? So I got to Three Sisters. The dragon wasn't here. That's fine. What I really want to talk about is this. So when you fight the dragon is guarding Ronnie's tower, or Rena's tower. And when you fight the dragon and you bring it down to 50% health, the dragon flies away. However, if you pay very close attention, it flies away in a very specific direction. The direction that it flies off to is the south of here, past the castle, past the Academy of Raya Lucaria, right there, where my helmet point is. What is happening? Thank you. Where my helmet is pointing, due south is the Cathedral of Manicelis, the Moonlight Altar. The dragon flies there, and then when you finally reach it, the dragon is there waiting for you for a rematch. It's not like the dragon just vanishes. It gets up and flies south, and it goes to the cathedral. I feel like in a lot of games, they would have just had the dragon disappear. Like, it would have just vanished. It would not have gone in a very specific direction to an extremely specific place that is visible from where you are fighting it. That was incredible. That, like, when I finally popped up and realized where I was and then saw that dragon, it all came full circle. It all came full circle for me. And I was fucking blown away. Absolutely blown away. The world design of Elden Ring is completely unmatched. Completely unmatched. The game, like, it's not like you start in the center of a map and start branching out. It actually functions like a real world. Like, the world is not designed to be played. Like, the world is just designed. Like, it's a world, and you are in it. And yeah, it's linear in some sections, it's open in others, and yes, it is part of a video game. But The world is living. You're just there, and it's yours to discover as much or as little as you want. And I don't think another game in 2022 or another game really in history has done it as well as this. And, like, one of the things, like, the only other game that I can really compare it to is Breath of the Wild in terms of the absolute freedom that you have of where you want to go, when you want to go, what you want to do. It's just there for you. It's a fucking playground, but in Elden Ring specifically, there is no central point aside from the Erd Tree, and yes, that is where the game ends, but it's not like it's dead center on the map. Dead center on the map is this weird-ass cloud that may or may not be part of the DLC. Who knows? But it's not like the game was like, here you go, that's where you want to go. Like, here's Hyrule Castle, here's the middle, here's the end of the game. For most of the game, you're told, yeah, reach the Erd Tree, but then when you finally reach the Erd Tree, you can't get in. You can't get in. And then you're told, you need to burn it down. You need to burn the thing we told you to go find. And then, I don't think I have access to it. Yeah, I don't think I activated that side of grace before rolling the credits. But the thing that, like, really, really brings this together for me is that when you enter the Erd Tree to fight Radigan, where you are fighting is where the Elden Ring was shattered in the reveal trailer for this game. If you go back and watch the 2017 E3 trailer for Elden Ring, it's Marika splitting the Elden Ring and turning into Radigan. Both of them are in that trailer, and the location that it's happening is where you fight the final boss, or one of the Elden Beasts aside. Like, as soon as that cutscene started, I knew exactly where I was. I was in the reveal trailer. Like, there's a quote from, not a quote, but a line in Star Wars The Force Awakens, when Han Solo is telling Finn and Rey, it's real. All of it. That is what this game did. Like, it took a cinematic reveal trailer and implemented 100% of it and made it so the final boss is that reveal trailer. It ends at the start. Like in Harry Potter. It ends at the start, or whatever the Seeker, whatever the golden snitch, whatever the golden snitch says. I open at the close. Like, it's just unbelievable. And, like, that's what I feel like people who, like, maybe thought that this wasn't worthy of Game of the Year or wasn't, like, a 10 out of 10, that's what I feel like people kind of missed, is, like, the big picture of Elden Ring. Of, like, why it's so profound as a piece of art. That's what I feel is getting missed by some folks. And yeah, everybody has different opinions. Whatever your GOTY is, it is. No, it's your opinion. But that's why it's so insane to me, is it all comes together at the place it starts and ends. And that's the Erd Tree. And it's never been done like that before, in my opinion. The last thing that I will say is, for a long time, again, playing this game very much alone, like alone in the world, like the earth, playing this game and not really being able to talk to anybody about it, is the Divine Tower of Liurnia. This is one of my most watched guides, and I think it's because I was one of the first to kind of discover it. Did they patch in times of day? This is just so beautiful today. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, the Divine Tower of Liurnia, right? It's visible. It's visible, like, the whole time. And, you know, as you're adventuring, you're like, oh, I found another Divine Tower. Let me go check it out, right? Okay, so, you know, you warp down, go to the study hall. Go to the study hall, and you're like, well, okay, this place is interesting. Not like the Divine Tower of Limgrave that I just went to and took a teleporter to and opened the door to. Talk to the ghost. He says, oh, celestial grow, transmit to posterity the wisdom of the moon and stars, and obscure forever the transgressions of the princess. It's talking about Ronnie, right? Talking about the transgressions of the princess. Now, I have the statue here, but we're going to remove it. So upon doing that, so regular, right? Regular Karian study hall. If we take the elevator up, I really hope the mage is dead. I don't want to fight the mage again, please. We see that, hey, there's an alcove there, right? And we look up, and eventually we can get up to those rafters. But there's no way to the tower. There's no way to get up to the Divine Tower. And so this does remind me of Deacons of the Deep, by the way. I had the same idea. So you're up there, you're fighting this fucking really annoying mage who they have patched to become easier. Thankfully, that really needed to be fixed. But when you're up there, you notice there's a platform. And it looks like an elevator, but it's upside down. And you can never reach the Divine Tower. You just can't reach it. And so the whole time, you're like, dude, what the hell? Like, how do I get to this Divine Tower? And then every time you're like, you try to find an item that maybe you can place something on the pedestal. Because I believe the pedestal can be interacted with the whole time, but you don't have the item. You don't have the hourglass. And so the whole time, you know, you're just going from quest to quest, from area to area, killing demigods, going to Nokron, doing whatever. But then Ronnie's quest really kind of takes off, and you have to find... You have to find the Finger Slayer blade, the treasure of Nokron that she needs, the prize. And then when you finally find that within Nokron, after you reach the top of Shifa River, and you're exploring Nokron and Noxtella City of the Dead, is it called? Night Sacred Ground. Let's see. Noxtella something. Noxtella is the other one from Ainsel River, right? Anyway, you're here, you find the giant throne, and you're killing the tears. Find the giant throne. You go inside, the treasure's in there. You bring it to Ronnie. What does she give you? The Karian Hourglass statue. As soon as I got that item, I knew exactly where to bring it. I was like, this is it. This is finally fucking it. And then you bring it back to the Divine Tower. Or you bring it back to the study hall. And then everything makes sense. Like, everything starts to make sense. Because now you place the thing down, and now everything is upside down. Of course, we have boogie hands. And now everything's upside down. And now you know you're going to reach that elevator. John, I had the same reaction. Like, I was clapping sitting down alone in my room, being like, holy shit. Like, these are the things. Like, these are the things where, one, the game just feels endless. It just keeps going. Yes, it has the weakness of reusing bosses. Yes, it has the weakness of reusing dungeon templates, and there only being mines, catacombs, caves, and some ruins. Like, it is absolutely guilty of those sins, 100%. But it's moments like this that absolve those sins 100%, and it no longer matters. And then the crazy thing is that you enter the Divine Tower and you think, oh, great, I'm going to activate a Great Rune. I wonder why this took so long. And the answer is because, no, you're not activating a Great Rune. You're not doing that at all. You already have the Great Rune. Renala gave you the Great Rune. This is the corpse of Ronnie. And she has the curse mark. Her back is the same as Godwyn. She was killed using the same blade. Like, come on. Come on. Like, it doesn't get any fucking better. It's not a finger up here, and why would it be Ronnie hates the Fingers. Her whole mission was to kill the Fingers. So her corpse is here. It's just her corpse. I forget what item you get. It's the Curse Mark of Death, right? You get the Curse Mark of Death. Like, of course. Of course it's something else. And it's just a somber moment, yet it adds to the mystery. And it adds to what you have to interpret. Placidusax, I unfortunately didn't find Placidusax on my own. Folks in my stream told me about him. But it's probably my favorite boss fight in the game. My favorite thing is when he pushes the lightning rod into the ground and the music stops because it's like so loud. That moment was like, oh, this is a giant ass attack. Like, it's like those are those little things where it's like there's boss music and it's epic and cool and there's like this weird electric guitar going on, but at the same time it's a fucking Hydra dragon that can just ram a lightning rod into the ground and deafen you, and like the music is gonna play along with that. It's like little moments like that like are really cool to me. So I love Placidusax, but I unfortunately didn't find him naturally. Anyway, the Divine Tower of Liurnia is my favorite quest in the game. It might be like my favorite part of the game. I do wish Godwyn was a little bit more fleshed out. I don't think he's going to be part of the DLC, but I think like they really just wanted you to interpret that for however, like whatever you wanted it to be. The Divine Towers themselves are really my favorite things in the game. Like, I love this music. I love the journey upwards. I love how like they're leaking this black ichor as you're going up the elevators. Like, they just look odd. I really liked how like it plays on the joke of Assassin's Creed towers, where it's like, yeah, you got to climb the tower and do the thing, but like towers in this game don't give vision. They are real things. Like, they have a purpose in the world of Limgrave, or the world of the Lands Between. The Divine Towers are not to gain access to maps, but it also takes Breath of the Wild's design of making everything after the first one a challenge. Like, you have to climb them in different ways. In Breath of the Wild, there's quite literally climb them in different ways, and they like, you need a certain amount of stamina, or you gotta like push building pieces onto them to like gain access. That was fun, but like now they're like real ass challenges. Like, this one has a whole quest line attached to it. The one for Radon has a boss at the bottom, and the door is just like at the top, and you gotta like do some platforming. Yeah, John. Sorry, I didn't even read what you said, but yes. Exactly the same. Like, I didn't find the door to the top of the Divine Tower, even though I climbed the tower. I thought I was supposed to go down, and I was like, oh, this is different. Like, and then I found the Godskin Apostle, and I was like, I can't kill this thing. And when I killed the Godskin Apostle, and all you got was the weapon, I was like, wait a minute, what? And so I climbed the tower again, completely forgetting about the bonfire on top, and then like found the door and opened it. I was like, son of a bitch. Like, I didn't have to do that. I mean, I still enjoyed doing it, but yeah, like, Godskin Apostle was one of those bosses that I encountered and then was like, I gotta come back. I was still doing a heavy, a colossal weapon build at that time, and it's really hard to kill that boss with a colossal weapon, but yeah, so like, that was a crazy thing. And like, Melania's is the isolated Divine Tower. Like, she hated everybody, and so her Divine Tower is gone. Like, it's in no man's land. You know, like, this is insane. It's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Right? Like, who does that? Who designs a world like this? King Elden Lord Dragon. Have you seen the mod for Frenzied Flame and Ending? Oh, cool. No, I haven't seen that. That sounds fun. Yeah, you're right. From this tower, you can see the entire game. And, like, you sort of should be able to, right? Like, she's probably, like, the very last boss that you're ever going to kill. And so, yeah, like, you can see Crumbling Farm Ozla all the way over there in the Tempest. You can see, I mean, it's foggy now because the Erdtree's burning, but You can normally see the Forge of the Giants from here. You can see the Halig Tree area. Of course, you can see everything. And it's like, yo, why are there husks, like ashen husks of 2 fingers up here? Like, I like that certain things aren't explained. And, you know, I've kind of come to this realization this year. Oh, there's Melania. I really, I dislike, I shouldn't say I dislike. I find it very difficult to enjoy games that, like, every 15 to 20 minutes, the game stops you from playing, and you have to, like, listen to a cutscene and listen to a story. It's great that there's character development. I appreciate what they're doing. I appreciate that it's cinematic storytelling. I think, like, our medium of gaming has pushed that so far and, like, does it better than movies sometimes and television. But as far as a video game goes, like, I really just want to play and play and play and play. And Elden Ring allows you to play and play and play and play and play and play forever. There are so few cutscenes in this game. There are so few interrupting moments, and when they do exist, it's like, okay, we're going to give you Torrent. We're going to give you the Ox. You're at a major story boss who's going to say a few things and drop a little bit of lore on you, but then you got to kill them. It's the end. Like, that's it. Like, everything else is natural NPCs that you don't ever have to talk to. You can completely miss them. You don't have to do shit in this game if you don't want to. Or you can do 150 hours worth and get... This game is $60. Like, this game is $60. And it's 150 hours long. Like, come on. Like, that's why it's my game of the year. All the reasons I described. It is a magical, magical game. And, like, having played it when I understand this sounds like kind of like I'm bragging a little bit. I'm not. Like, having played it when no one else was playing it and no resources were available forced me to, like, it forced me to, like, just write everything down, discover everything on my own. No wikis were available. Like, I understand I had a unique experience with this game that the majority of the world did not, but, like, it's just insane. I'm going to see if I can pull up my notes for Elden Ring. These are, like, my guide notes. Hang on. Okay. All right, ready? These are my notes for Elden Ring. From, what was the first note I took? February 28th. When did this game release? No, it definitely... Yeah, okay, there we go. That's more like it. When did I get this game? February 16th, I got this game. Started playing it at 12:17 p.m. That's when I created this document. All the way. So, how many lines are there? 1,364 lines of notes. Every item location, every boss, every map fragment, everything. I was taking notes on this game for like 12 fucking days. Like, bosses that I couldn't kill, I highlighted in yellow. I eventually got all of them, so I took them out. But, like, Karian inverted statue. Like, curse mark of death. I went right there. I went right fucking there. Went from Three Sisters. I took the teleporter to Ainsel Rivermain. I went into Noxtella and then was like, I'm getting too far. I'm getting too far. I need to know what that fucking statue does. And I went right in. And that was video 72. So that was at least like 75, 80 hours into the game. Because I usually make each video an hour before I cut it. Like each piece of the recording is like an hour before I cut. And like, so like those are the gameplay reasons of why I think, oh wait, it didn't, what? Is my stream like that far behind? Okay, yeah, it's here. Yeah, like it's just it's insane. Like these are the gameplay reasons of why I think Elden Ring is Game of the Year. I think part of what I like, the one thing that I haven't said, right? Like the one thing that I haven't really gone into is like personally speaking. And I've talked about this in channel updates before. Personally speaking, I think Elden Ring, and not even I think. Let me get to a little cinematic location here. No, we gotta like change the time of day. It's fucking raining. Come on, it's depressing. Can't be talking about a GOTY while it's raining. There we go. All right. So, Elden Ring. I've talked about this before in channel updates. This game, like, legitimately had a huge impact on my life. Like, this game came out at a really important time. 6 months before this game came out, or September, October, November, December, January, February. 6 months before this game came out, I had broken up with my girlfriend of 5.5 years. I had moved back into my dad's house, my parents' house that I hadn't lived in like 7 or 8 years. I was feeling like a failure, like I had to like rebuild my life. And I was working a contract job, and so like, when I moved back in with my dad, my contract was going to be up in like another month. It was up in October, and it had already been extended once. No, that was the first. Got the job in June. The contract was going to be up in October. So like, when I moved in, I told my dad, I was like, look, like I think my contract might get extended. I'm not really sure. Like I don't really know like what's going on. He was like, look, John, like whatever you got to do. Like there's no pressure here. I'm not charging you rent. Like, do what you got to do. And, like, I'm not going to get in your way. Like, do your thing. So he's very gracious about it. And then October comes, and they were like, yeah, like, we're going to extend your contract through April. We're going to do another 6 months. Cool. So I had a bit of breathing room. And then the network test drops, and I was, like, trying to figure out, like, how to get good recordings out of this game. And, like, I was having trouble, like, rendering in high dynamic range because the settings in Adobe Premiere had changed. I was kind of panicking a little bit. I was getting a lot of like color bleeding and color artifacting on my monitor at the time, and I was like getting really worried that like I wasn't going to be able to make like the best looking videos possible. And like I knew that this game would be really important for YouTube because Demon's Souls on PS5 was a big moment for my channel as well, and that was like probably like the at that point like the biggest burst of views and subscribers and like people finding me. And so because those videos were still getting a ton of views and still getting a lot of comments and generating subscribers, excuse me, I knew that Elden Ring like was going to be the next thing. Like people know me for Souls games at this point. let's just rock with that. That's fine. And I love these games. And the network test came out, did all that, and like I dropped $800 on a new monitor because I was like, it's my monitor is the problem. It's not displaying these colors properly. And so I dropped like $860, $70 on a brand new monitor. It's the monitor I'm staring at right now. And that like literally fixed the problem. But I like was paying for it via financing. Like I could have bought it outright, but I would rather not have spent $900 in one sitting. I wasn't comfortable with that. And so like I was investing into this game. Like I was investing into what this game could possibly do for YouTube for me, or for my YouTube channel. And then I ended up getting it super early. And the day I got it, I had been interviewing for a full-time position with my company. They were trying to convert me from contract to full-time. And that day that I got it, they sent me an offer letter. Like I had gone through the interviews successfully. They wanted to hire me full-time. And it was like literally the day I got Elden Ring. I was able to get a full-time position at this company. And I had vacation time planned to play this game. I got it before the vacation time was happening, so I had to like sneak it and play it and like try to do a lot, and like was staying up super fucking late and like just trying to do both at the same time, and I was doing that fine. But it all came together. Like Elden Ring came out, my channel popped off. I got this full-time position at the company I'm at now, and it was like a dream job. It still is in a lot of ways, and like, you know, having to like rebuild my life and go through like a lot of therapy and like do a lot of shit for myself and like be close to my family, be close to my friends again, like living back on Long Island and playing Elden Ring, creating these videos, and like one of these videos has almost 1 million views. Like I'm almost at my first 1 million view video. I'm gonna take a look right now. Let's go to Lifetime. $928,000 views is the Gelmir Hero's Grave guide. Right behind that, at 847,000 views, is how to access the Divine Tower of Liurnia. Like, for these reasons, like Elden Ring has had such a profound impact on me. So this was going to be my game of the year anyway, but I have not played, like it was going to be my game of the year just based on like what it was doing for me in terms of like growing my channel, like solidifying that this sort of work is what I want to do. Like this is where I want to take my career to, and like I would like for this to be my like last full-time job, my last full-time career change is making YouTube content. I think we're still a few years off from that, but it was going to be my game of the year anyway, and then it just ended up being the greatest game I've ever played. Like one of the greatest games I've ever played. And yes, it has weaknesses, and I feel like I acknowledged those weaknesses at the start of this stream, but for the reasons that I outlined in the last 25 minutes, I don't think this game was matched this year by a long shot. I have to play God of War Ragnarok. It's not my style of game. I don't really like narrative-driven games. I'd rather discover it for myself. That's just me. But yeah, Elden Ring is my 2022 game of the year, and those are the reasons why. So, this was a, I think, 4.5 hour stream. We will end it there. I feel like we ended it on a high note. If you haven't played Elden Ring, please, for the love of God, play it. It's incredible. It will leave you with a feeling of accomplishment all the time. Every boss you kill, you feel good. Very few bosses that you're going to kill with cheese. Cheese in this game is absolutely possible. I mean, the spell that... Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? The spell that you find on this dude, if you have an intellect build... Oh, he's gone. Right, because I got his armor. There's a dude here that you find. He has a spell called Comet Azure. Fuck that spell. But if you like cheese builds, go for it. You can't get it till late in the game, but you can get it. There's not a lot of cheese in this game, but yeah. Like, this game is huge, and it's important, and it's one of those games like Dark Souls, Demon Souls as well, created the Souls genre. It redefined action RPGs and showed the world that you can be successful while having a difficult game as long as you respect the player's time, as long as you respect their intelligence, and as long as you respect them, they will play it in droves. This game sold 12 million copies in a month. 12 million copies in a month. And it might be the greatest open world game ever made, and it's From Software's first open world game. That is fucking insane. Another open world game came out 7 days before this game. It's called Horizon Forbidden West, and no one talks about that game anymore. They were talking about Horizon for 7 days, and then Elden Ring dropped. And it was like, oh, this is how open world games are supposed to be. Not littered with icons all over the map telling you where absolutely everything is. Not with exhausting NPC dialogue. People who are always out of breath for some reason when they're speaking. I think Horizon is a good game. I played the first one. I got tired of it, and I was not in love with it. I have Forbidden West. I got to play it, but it's one of those things where you walk into a town and there's 85 icons on the screen. They show you where every beast is, and it's like, yo, can I just discover things for myself? Can I figure this out for myself? And then when you go into the cyber caves, I forget what they're called, those are the best part of the game. It's the dungeons that don't have a map, and that you just got to figure out. That was the best part of the Horizon games, or the first one at least. And here's Elden Ring, where it's oh, this is how you do an open world game. This is what it should look like. This is how it should play. This is how it should function. You should design a world before you design a game. Yeah, John, I think that's where we flip. I'm not a story game first. I want a game to have a story, don't get me wrong. But, I don't want the story to be the absolute focus. I give very few exceptions to that rule. Final Fantasy might be, those Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, those sorts of games. JRPGs might be, my exception to that. But, action RPGs, I don't think I can deal with. Not like that. Anyway, that is Elden Ring. Game of the Year 2022. I'm glad I played it a bit. I was having fun playing it at my friend's house over the break, and I'm glad I took some time to talk about it. Whew. What a masterpiece. Please play this game if you haven't already. All right. That's it for me. Thanks, everyone, for joining. If you're not already, join the Discord. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go watch The Wire and have dinner. All right. Thank you all so much for watching. Again, please play Elden Ring. It is the game of the year. I will eventually get to Ragnarok. I don't think it's going to change my opinion just because of the type of game it is. But, yeah, I also am. I'll say this here, just because I know not a lot of people watch these sorts of videos of mine, and I'm okay with that. To give you a little preview of what's going to be coming on the channel pretty soon. Before Elden Ring came out, I got a weird hair across my ass and was like, yo, was Dark Souls 2 as bad as I remember when it came out? And so what I did was I got my PS3, I uninstalled the patches from Dark Souls 2, and I started a new character on version 1.0. And I started recording a playthrough. And then Elden Ring came out, and I stopped. And it's been about a year since I did that, and I would like to finish it. I got as far as the Old Iron King, which is that Diablo demon-looking boss in the lava. I killed that and then stopped. So I'm going to get back to that, and then I'm going to basically upload it all at once. I'm going to probably make it exclusive for channel members for a week or so. But yeah, that's coming. I have to finish the playthrough. I got to do all the timestamps. I literally just have the raw files. I haven't done anything to it, but it has been in a folder for a year. And I do want to, finish it because Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin is a completely different game in terms of gameplay, and enjoyment from the original Dark Souls 2, and I feel like a lot of the original Dark Souls 2 has been lost to time, and it's not accessible. Like, you can't download it. You have to have the original disc in order to play it on 360 or PS3, or I guess PC maybe. But yeah, that's next. So I'm gonna be doing that, and then gotta figure out a new game to cover. But that's like the next big thing that's coming. So stay tuned for that. All right, thank you all so much for watching. It was a great stream. Thanks for sharing your opinions and your thoughts. Yeah, somebody said they needed help. Abel, are you still here? Do you still need help? I'll give you a minute to respond there. I feel bad. He's the one person who asked for help. Oh, well. Sorry, man. See if I could find him. I wish you could DM people on YouTube still. They took that functionality out years ago. Oh, Abel Toppy is a politician from Colorado, by the way. Well, anyway. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy GOTYs. And I'm excited for what's coming in 2023. All right, everyone.